Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the closed and regular session council meeting of the City of Beaumont for Tuesday, May 17th. We'll call to order at 5 o'clock. And we will start with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Here.
Mayor White.
Here. And this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
And Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion in closed session tonight?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item number 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representatives, interim city manager Elizabeth Gibbs, and administrative services director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organization is the SEIU. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 and/or 2 and/or 5, workers' compensation case number COBT 002793, COBM 0031, COBM 0063, and COBM 0111. The third item is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and/or 3, one potential case related to threat of litigation by Noble Creek Meadows LLC regarding the Noble Creek Vista specific plan.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session at 5:02. No comment. You know, my kids didn't know they were going to be on that.
Okay.
Okay, we will come back from closed session. And Mr. Pinckney, can you report out from closed session?
The council met in closed session. Item number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, city designated representatives, interim city manager Elizabeth Gibbs, and administrative services director Carrie Mendoza, the employee organization, the SEIU. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 and/or 2 and/or 5, workers' compensation case number COBT 002793, COBM 0031, COBM 0063, and COBM 01111. No reportable action on that item. And item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, one potential case related to threat of litigation by Noble Creek Meadows LLC regarding the Noble Creek Vistas specific plan, and there was no reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you. We'll call the regular session of the city council meeting to order at 6:18. And we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, ready? Begin. And we have a little bit of feedback. We'll start off with a proclamation, Kids to Parks Day. Mr. Story.
And Council, the proclamation we have for today is for Kids to Parks Day, which is a national day of outdoor play organized by the National Park Trust. The mission of Kids to Park Day is to foster future outdoor enthusiasts and help with developing the next generation of park stewards for our community. We encourage kids and families to get outside and create their own adventure at one of Beaumont's 18 city-owned parks. In addition to a variety of playgrounds and athletic fields, Beaumont is proud to host a variety of community-based events in our parks. Recently, our team hosted a stargazing event at Mickelson Park in honor of Star Wars Day. Next month, we look forward to the return of our popular pop-ups in the park and story times in the park in partnership with our library. Now through May 29th, Beaumont Parks and Rec is also hosting a photography contest. Photos should highlight families and pets enjoying their favorite local park. The winner will be featured in the summer edition of our Digital City magazine launching in July. You can visit our Facebook page for more information. I have the proclamation here, and I'd like to read it for you today. Whereas May 21st, 2022 is the 12th Kids to Parks Day organized and launched by the National Park Trust, held annually on the third Saturday of May. Whereas Kids to Park Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit local parks, public lands, and waters. And whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat chronic disease. And whereas Kids to Parks Day will broaden children's appreciation for nature and outdoors. And whereas Kids to Parks Day will recognize the importance of recreating responsibly while enjoying the benefits of the outdoors. And whereas the City of Beaumont invites all residents to make time on this special day to take their children to one of our local parks for a day of play. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that May 21st, 2022, as Kids to Parks Day in the City of Beaumont, to acknowledge and celebrate the valuable contributions local parks make to our quality of life here in Beaumont.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll move to public comment period for items not on the agenda. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. There's a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There'll be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Are there any items that count? First of all, do we have any public comments on any of these items?
I have none. Jennifer, do we have any calls on the line?
No callers.
And do we have any council members that would like to pull an item to be discussed or voted on separately? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve items 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. I'd like to suggest a different approach on these action items tonight. We'll see how it goes. I know staff just loves to get up and do the long presentations in front of us. But I think that we all are pretty good at reading the staff reports. And so I think what I'd like to try and accomplish tonight is to have the person giving the staff report come up instead of reading the report. I know often there are special additions or notes or topics that the staff member would like to discuss specifically. I want to welcome that tonight, but I'm also okay if staff members would like to get up and read through the report. I'm okay either way, but I just want to let you know that reading the staff report is not required. And we'll give it a try and see how that works and take feedback from you all before the next council meeting. So we'll go to item number 6, which is authorize the employment contract with Deputy City Manager. And this will be presented by Carrie Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You have your staff report and your employment agreement and job description in front of you in regards to the position of Deputy City Manager. Previous structure within the city was the position of Assistant City Manager. Our interim city manager is proposing we eliminate that classification and replace it with a deputy city manager. She's negotiated the terms and conditions. I've provided you a hard copy of the proposed organizational chart. I will also put additional copies at the back of the room for anyone who might be interested. A few questions that have arose out of that organizational chart is what changed. Specifically, the Public Works Director and the wastewater function, general manager of utilities. Those report directly to the city manager. They no longer report under the old assistant city manager structure, if you will. So that leaves the city manager having direct reports of the public works director or city engineer, the general manager of utilities, the finance director, the administrative services director, the community services director, the chief of police, as well as the city clerk and the executive assistant. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, any questions? No questions? Okay, so I have a couple questions for Elizabeth. So the other departments, the list that you read off, Ms. Mendoza, are going to be continued reporting directly to the city manager. So this is, in general, it's the planning department, building safety, community enhancement, assistant fire marshal, and economic development manager, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and are you seeing the deputy city manager as a position that there would be more than one at some point? Can you sort of give us some insight on why you're recommending a deputy city manager as opposed to one assistant city manager?
The deputy city manager, well, let me answer your first question. The first question being, at some point, the city of Beaumont will need a second higher level, whether it's deputy city manager or assistant city manager is to be determined. But at some point, as the city grows, you're going to need a second higher level manager type position above a few departments, department heads. I chose the deputy city manager simply because, in my experience, that position has a little bit more authority over operational departments as opposed to an assistant city manager. I would like to move away from the assistant city manager position for Beaumont. And so that's why I am recommending a deputy as opposed to an assistant.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Finn?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Your question triggered one for me. So in the future, would we expect, if we expect as the city continues to grow and a new deputy city manager position to be created, what do you think would be a make sense division of the responsibilities? Do we specialize that deputy city manager a little bit more with the department heads that they supervise? Do you have a vision for that at this point?
Not really. I've seen in other departments or other cities where you would have a deputy over things like finance, IT, and HR. That's not to say that that's what would happen here in Beaumont, but as the city grows, you're definitely going to need a second level. And it could be an assistant city manager as well, somebody that takes over maybe public information and HR, finance, and IT. It depends on the vision of the city council at the time and where they see the priority when it comes up.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mayor, I have another.
Sure, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so the discussion triggered some questions for me too. So basically, the deputy city manager will also have, because I'm reading your responsive representative duties and so forth. So not only are there just administrative, but they're going to have obviously duties themselves. And it looks like they'll be assisting with the CM in order to establish goals and have strategic advice and so forth. So is that what you kind of foresee with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The council's vision, as I understand it, is to move development forward. That's economic development, planning, building and safety, things like that. And this position is going to be key in helping council and the city manager achieve those goals because we are heavy development here. We have a downtown vision. We have multiple CIP projects. And in order to achieve those goals, that position is key to making sure that nothing, drops or falls through the crack. I did not recommend it to be over the wastewater treatment plant and the Public Works Department, simply because those two positions are key in any organization to have direct communication with the city manager. Our city engineer is instrumental in making sure that infrastructure projects get done. And so that direct line of communication is important. Same with the wastewater treatment plant. That is a huge project with recycled water coming on, and the direct communication to the CM is imperative.
And I like how you not only have it as administrative, but kind of a hands-on as well.
Yes.
So you've got your responsibilities to do.
In all positions, they should be hands-on. Department heads should be hands-on. All positions in the city should be.
Very well. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gibbs. I like the direction you're going in. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the employment agreement with Deputy City Manager and authorize the interim city manager to sign the agreement.
I'll second.
Now, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. And we'll move on.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, we'll move on to item number 7, the fiscal year 2022 budget amendment number 4. And we'll take staff report from Jennifer Eustachian.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go ahead and just walk you through the budget amendment a little bit, starting with the general fund. What happens in the budget process is the city manager will meet with the departments and kind of go through where they're sitting at the current fiscal year, what the needs are, and recommendations to any items where they look like they might be exceeding budget for cost. So what you have before you is department recommended budget adjustments totaling $1,298,559. Along with that, there was some negotiated labor terms with Beaumont Police Officers Association and the Manager Professional Technical Unit. And as a result, the wages have increased for fiscal year 22 by $313,559. You have $741,845 available of revenues exceeding expenses for appropriation. There's also an adjustment for claims cost recovery of $35,000, which offsets the addition of claimed costs within that department budget adjustments. And sales tax is coming in higher than budget. So therefore the sales tax is being adjusted $835,273 to budget the revenues to expenditures. So revenues will equal expenditures after this budget adjustment is done. Within your self-insurance fund, City Council agreed to some settlement agreements. Those total costs of those agreements is $728,468. This budget amendment will allow for the budget authority to cover those costs. Within the internal service fund, there's some additional vehicles have been identified as having high mileage or high maintenance costs. And due to supply issues, staff recommends doing the budget amendment so that staff can order those vehicles as they come available. Since there is a demand and supply and demand problem, it's not easy getting these vehicles. So we would recommend also with a pre-approval of purchasing those vehicles with the budget amendment. There's special revenue funds, and that's where you have small grants and donations are collected in expenditures that go along with those come out of there. So there was some grants for PD Annex Officer Assigned to Homeless, and that homeless grant purchase for that, and an imaging laser scanner for the JAG grant. So the budget amendment will allow for the spending authority of those. And staff is recommending budgets to the grants fund. We have a grant for a selective traffic enforcement program, which provides funds to assist with driving and bike safety. Those dollars were used for purchase of bike helmets and PD overtime and travel, and the amendment allows for spending authority of those grant funds. The city received its first tranche of the coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds on June 7th, 2021. And that was in the amount of $3,653,159. The second tranche is expected 365 days after that, which would be June of this year. The total allocation to Beaumont is $7,306,318. And to date, the city has used those funds for premium pay in fiscal year 21, and that amount was $1,859,975 and committed $2.8 million to CIP projects for the Mesa Lift Station. The remaining balance of the SLFRF funds unallocated is $2,646,342. And staff recommends using those funds to purchase a new fire truck in the amount of $1.4 million for the Potrero Fire Station. The estimated order time for that truck is 2 years. And staff also recommends using $1.2 million of the funds for needed city hall renovations. All those amendments are outlined attachment A for you. And I'm also going to pass it over to Division Chief Hopkins, and he's going to go over the fire truck purchase.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So, is PowerPoint up? Oh, okay. So, the purchase of a truck is a critical need for the area of Beaumont. Currently, what we have is we have a fire engine, we have a squad, and what we're doing is talking about putting a different type of apparatus at the new Potrero Fire Station. This has to do with the economic development that's been going on in the city, the increased population, and just the different type of buildings that are now being built. So what I prepared for you is to show you the difference between an engine capabilities and what a truck capability is. So your engine capability is, this is what's carried on our fire engine. Right now it's 3-person staffed, carries 500 gallons of water, it carries different types of hose. So we have hose for connecting the fire hydrants, we have hose for attacking interior attacks on fires, exterior attacks on fires. It also carries the medical equipment for the paramedics, and it does have some types of rescue tools. Things like hand tools. It does have extrication equipment on Engine 66. And then it also has forcible entry tools, such as saws, other type of prying tools. The ladders that it carries, however, are pretty minimal. So all the engine carries is a 10-foot ladder, a 14-foot ladder, and a 24-foot ladder. When you look at the capabilities of a truck, the truck, what's carried on that is a 4-person staffing unit. You have the medical equipment, same medical equipment, but it has more specialized rescue equipment. We carry extrication equipment. We carry confined space rescue equipment, trench rescue equipment, rope rescue equipment, water rescue equipment. It has the forcible entry tools. It has more than what the engine carries. We also carry airbags for doing lifting or raising, or it's lifting or raising equipment. The ground ladders that a truck company carries it has a 10-foot, a 16-foot, a 20-foot, a 35-foot, and a 45-foot ground ladder. And what I mean by ground ladder, that's a ladder that is going to be placed on the ground and be extended upwards. And on those different size ladders, there's multiple sizes of those ladders on the truck company, not just one of each size. It also has an aerial ladder. Currently in Riverside County, we have either a 75-foot ladder, aerial ladder, on one of our type of trucks that we have, and then we have a 100-foot ladder. It also gives you the ability to perform water tower operations, which I'll explain. It carries extensive salvage and overhaul equipment. And then what my proposal to the city is to go with what we call as a quint. What it means by when we talk a truck that's a quint, that means that it has a pump on it. So it's still gonna carry water, usually 300 to 400 gallons of water, and it does have hose, so it can be an initial attack on a house fire or a vehicle fire. With the logistics centers that we have now, as large warehouses, multi-story buildings, and the logistics centers are being constructed, your current fire department resources cannot make roof access for fireground operations, rescues, or defensive fire attacks. So that means we have to wait on resources from outside the battalion or another agency such as Morongo Fire to assist us with their truck. That is a picture of the Amazon building, and that is a picture of the ground ladder, the 24-foot extension ladder on Engine 66. That's as high as we can get. So this is what happens when you have a fire in a large warehouse or logistics center where we can't get an engine to be able to flow water in, whether it's a possibility of a collapse or it's a possibility of the chemicals. This is the Apollo Records fire that we had in Banning 2 years ago. As you can see in the picture on the right, there are 3 different truck companies flowing what we call the water tower operations, which I'll get to you. And the picture on the left, you can see the advantage of having that aerial ladder to where we can flow water down onto the fire, and the firefighters can actually see into the building rather than trying to lob water up and over. Other things that we have problems with the logistics centers and the large commercial buildings are something called setbacks, something that we call setbacks. And a setback's any obstacle around a structure that precludes close placement of the aerial ladder or our ground ladders. So that's a picture of another Amazon building, not the one here. But you can see the vehicles, the vegetation, the stairs, those are all setbacks to where we can't go and place ground ladders around those areas. The next illustration that I created for you is a little bit of imagination. The big 40-foot tall thing is your warehouse. That's your Amazon building or one of your other, the Wolverine, just any type of large commercial structure. There's semi-trucks that are all parked along the loading docks there, which creates a setback for our equipment to get there. So using a little Pythagorean theorem for high school teachers and stuff, if you do the calculation, if we're 60 foot away so we can get a nice climbing platform for the people to get up to the roof, you have your truck company, you're looking at 72 feet of a ladder needed to get from the truck just the tip, the corner of the building. Well, we don't just put ladders to the corner of the buildings. We usually extend 4 to 6 feet past that. And that's so the firefighters, one, have a visibility to where they can see a ladder for an escape, also just for safety of getting on and off the ladder. And I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. So you're looking at a ladder of 76 to 78 feet. We also, if you kind of look at the angle of your hypotenuse or your ladder in this picture, you can't make the climbing angle too steep, and we'll show a couple pictures in a couple slides, because firefighters are carrying all their gear. So they have on all their turnouts, their weight, plus all the gear. They're carrying chainsaws, tools. They're pushing 300 pounds when they're trying to walk up a ladder. So the steeper the ladder it is, the harder it is to carry all those tools and equipment up to the roof. So we try to get it more of a flat pitch to where it's more like stairs walking up than a steep vertical ladder. So there's different truck types. The first one I'm going to talk about is what we know as a rear mount aerial. And that's where the ladder turntable is mounted to the rear of the truck. The trucks are usually shorter in length than other trucks. It's not as maneuverable as some of the type of trucks, although with the new technology, they have something called rear steer wheels to where they can turn a little bit better in tighter corners. And then your optimal ladder reach is off the back end of the truck. So these are different trucks. The top left corner, that is known as our Quint, our 75-foot Quint that we have currently in Riverside County. That's actually Lake Elsinore's truck. That is not the truck that I would propose for the city. I think the ladder's too short with the setbacks that we have in the city, and we need to look more at a minimum of a 100-foot ladder. Truck on the top right is a Schmiel truck. You can see it has 3 axles. That is one that our partners up in Fresno County, that's part of CAL FIRE Fresno County. That is a truck that they are currently running. That's a 105-foot ladder. The truck on the bottom left corner, that is the city of Corona that they just purchased their truck. It's a 100-foot ladder, and then you can see the compartment space of the city of Corona's truck there. This is one of the options that I think would be best for the city to move forward to. This is one of them, although I think there's still a better option. So the other truck type that we have is called a tractor-drawn aerial, or some people call them tillers. The ladder turntable is mounted towards the middle of the truck. The tractor pulls a trailer, and the trailer portion is steered by a tillerman. They're very maneuverable. You can turn them around in cul-de-sacs. there's more options for ladder placements with these type of trucks. So the top left corner is our current truck TDA that we have in Riverside County. Although that is the current truck that we have, that is not the truck that I recommend for the city. The reason for that is that the current TDAs that Riverside County runs does not have a pump on it. What they rely on is they have a truck and an engine assigned to the station. So if this truck pulls up to a fire, it has no way of squirting any type of water without having an engine or a pumper that's pumping water through it. The truck on the top right is another truck that City of Corona just purchased. That is a truck that does have a pump. Some people call them a quiller because of the quint, or a tiller quint. But if you see how the tractor portion, the front part of the truck is elongated versus the truck in Riverside County, you can see the pump panel is tucked in there. So this truck, I believe, is carrying 300 gallons of water. It does have a large diameter hose that can connect to a hydrant, and then does have attack lines on it so they can go in and fight a vehicle fire or fight a structure fire. And then that's just the bottom picture so you can see the other side of the truck. So here's what the rear mount aerial looks like when it's extended. This is the Amazon building. This is actually Morongo's truck. Morongo actually just ordered a new truck. They are using a modification of the Corona spec that they just purchased for their rear mount. Things with the rear mount truck, if you notice how the truck is parked and the ladder is flown, the optimal length to get that ladder, to get that full 100-foot reach, is to fly it off the back of the truck. That's the most stable platform. It acts as a cantilever with the front of the truck. It's hard to sometimes maneuver this into place. So when they put this truck into place, it took a few back up and go and different routes through the parking lot to be able to get it into this corner so they can throw this ladder into the place. There's a different pictures of just showing you the truck. I guess I cut that one off on the left. So this is the tractor drawn aerial. This is the Moreno Valley truck that I asked to come up, and same spot at the Amazon building. This truck came in and was able to get in position without having to remaneuver. The nice thing with the tractor drawn aerials is with the ladder being in the middle of the truck, they're able to jackknife the truck and get that ladder even closer to the building, giving more reach of the ladder. It also has more compartment space, if you haven't noticed that, for carrying more equipment. So this is what it looks like. This is what you want it to look like when you're on the roof doing some type of roof operation. That's what we call a parapet. You can see the little, on the left picture, the little attic ladder that they use so they can climb down, because we don't want to jump down there and fall through the floor. But how that ladder sticks up and over, it's a visual indicator because this thing is lit up. Anytime we're doing fire operation, the lights are on, there's blue running lights. The tips are usually, you can't see it, they're reflective. So through the smoke, you can hopefully see your way of getting back to the ladder if you're having to escape off. And it's easier to get back up on the ladder when it's reaching over there and it's not just right at the edge of the parapet or the wall. And then that's a view looking down at the ladder just so you can see what the view looks like. So this is what we call water tower operations. This is a fire in Paris at the thrift store fire that we had. But the aerial ladder is extended and then water's applied on the fire from above and flown downward into the fire. You can either do this remotely from the pedestal of the engineer operating it from down on the turntable of the truck, or you can send a firefighter up and then they can direct so they can see where to apply the water. With these different type of trucks and with all the buildings that are coming, there's obviously also an ISO rating that will help having a truck versus once we start reaching the multi-stories, we can't get on with the engines. So as we continue to grow in the city, right now, Morongo responds with their truck up to about Highland Springs. What we do is we look for what we call a 15-minute response time. Right there, it puts them between Highland Springs and Pennsylvania. to get there. So anything past that, we have to ask for a truck to respond, which if we're having to ask, that's usually a delayed response of getting a truck with a new type of construction. We want to get onto the roof as fast as we can, especially on these tilt-up construction buildings. Faster we can get on the roof, because the roof is holding the walls up, we want to get up there and do our job and then get off the roof. If we're not getting Morongo's truck, then we're waiting for either Moreno Valley. For the Apollo fire, we had them coming from Paris. We had them coming from Palm Desert. So the need for a truck is more than also just the tilt-up construction buildings. In the pass area, I'm sure you all are aware, we have gas lines, major gas lines that run through. We have the Kendall Morgan pipeline. We have the railroads. The type of equipment that the trucks carry are more suitable if we ever do have a natural disaster up here and we're cut off from Moreno Valley and we're cut off from Redlands, we're cut off from the desert, that hopefully we'll be able to handle business with the type of equipment with the type of stabilization equipment for buildings and for vehicles, for doing large vehicle or semi-type vehicle extrications. That's what our truck company is called. We call them they're the big toolbox. And as we keep building and building here, everything, as you know, is moving east. We need to really focus on making the new station a truck company and not necessarily an engine company. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to ask or answer them.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any public comments on this one?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, council. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions, this is, it might be more for staff than for Chief. But Chief, thanks for presenting this. The pictures certainly help. I remember living in Moreno Valley and and seeing what we call the hook and ladder.
Yes, hook and ladder.
And wondering why they had that, because I was like, there's not very many tall buildings around here, but certainly with the warehouses, that makes sense. But has there been any money collected in development impact fees from these warehouses to help pay for such a service?
That I'm not aware of.
Okay.
Jennifer can probably answer that.
All right, so if there's not, and there currently isn't anything in place, I'd like to see that the city work on that, going forward, as there's more warehouses and larger buildings coming in the city, that we've got something that if that creates the need for such a fire truck, that we have some funds coming in to help reimburse the city for that. But that's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, a couple of questions for the so first of all, having a truck of this magnitude would be a good idea in this area because we're central. So I see that is going to probably be requested from a lot of the surrounding areas. My question is, how does the agreement work with using our equipment? Because it's CAL FIRE, so is it any city that can request use of the equipment?
So it would be under the normal response plan. So when I talked about the 15-minute, what we call IA dispatch, so what we would be doing is we would serve not only Beaumont, but it would serve into Cherry Valley. It will also go into Banning also. And I think that there's ways of, working it out between the three, just like they have the Engine 20 agreement of doing something for the truck company for staffing.
And that was a little bit of where I was going, so thank you.
What I can tell you is that currently the county does pay for different levels of staffing on the different trucks. So in Lake Elsinore, they pay for 3 captain positions because where the engine or the truck responds in the county. Moreno Valley, I think it pays for 1.5 positions. So there's different levels.
And now for the training, because if it's going to have the rear driver, what kind of special training? In other words, will your current personnel be able to train to use it, or is there only a certain person that can use it or drive it?
So our department does put on a truck academy. So to work on a truck, you have to be what we call truck qualified, and to work on a tiller, you have to be tiller qualified. Our department puts on the training. They put on it's a 3-week truck academy, and then they put on a week-long tiller training academy. And people that have those resources in their area get priority to getting that training. We teach that out of our Clark Training Center. It's taught by our staff, and
So it'd be a shame to have a truck if someone wasn't there to, use it. So you'll always have personnel.
yeah, there's always personnel, and it seems that most of our department, that if a person's assigned to a truck, that's typically if there's overtime involved or sick leave, they tend to pick up overtime on the truck rather than pick it up on the engine.
And then, a lot of our streets in Beaumont are pretty small.
Yep.
Now, of course, this is set for the bigger stuff, but I'd hate to have a truck not be used if it could be used, you know, in a fire somewhere in the city. So do you foresee an issue with that? Or is that one of the reasons you're pushing for them?
So one of the reasons I would push for the tiller is the tiller is a lower profile, and just the maneuverability of the tiller and how agile and being able to move that trailer around. I mean, essentially, the person in the back has complete control of where that rear trailer is going to go. So I think it has a better chance of getting down some of the older streets in the area, and that's why one of my recommendations would be look at the TDA rather than the rear mount. Now, I have I'm doing some more research on it. If you asked me today, I would say buy the TDA. I'm doing more research because typically a lot of departments don't have necessarily a TDA as a first roll type truck or a first roll piece of equipment. Usually cities, Orange County, all the bigger cities, they're in a task force configuration where it's always an engine and a truck going, so the engine or the squad are responding to medical calls. So this would be the first tiller quint if the city decided to go that route in Riverside County. I think the tiller could handle the call load that's anticipated for that station. We're looking at probably 800 to maybe 1,200 calls a year to begin with out of that station, just as knowing what 66 runs over into that area. I mean, they're going to cost more on things like fuel and, you know, tires and things like that, but it's a heavier piece of equipment.
And that's why I asked for, because I didn't want to have that big investment and have, well, we can't get that truck there, so, you know, it's useless. You know, we want to make sure we're having flexibility with.
So there are areas where you can't get the truck inside. However, that's the one thing that our truck guys do is they park the truck and then they have all those extra ground ladders. So where we're limited with the 24-foot ladder to get onto buildings, if we went over to the, I forgot the name of it, 752 Pennsylvania, the co-op, thank you. Our ladders don't reach the roof right now. We probably can't get the truck in through around all the setbacks that are there, but the truck has the ground ladders and the other resources to be able to walk that stuff in and get the equipment in there that we need to still get up on the roof and do our operations.
Plus it has the pump and so forth that helps.
Plus it would have the pump, but the pump, we don't want to really rely on that for the whole operation. So if we had a fire in Tournament Hills and that truck responded, and it was first due, we wouldn't do the initial attack off the truck. Once an engine got there, we'd switch our operations over to the pump because it'll have more hose pulls that you can pull off it, different, more options. And then the truck will become and start doing its truck functions of doing, usually your trucks are used for doing ventilation, search and rescue, things like that, salvage and overhaul is what we typically use our trucks for.
And the last question, sorry, is would there need to be any modifications to our current station plans, being the length and things like
No,
that?
that was one of the things that I did early on with, in the past was look at the plans and then make sure that the apparatus bay was going to be long enough so we could do something like that. Initially, it was set up too short. It was set up for only an engine, but we can't just think about what that station is going to look like in 2 and 5 years. We need to look, you know, that station is going to be there for 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years, like 66. 66, we couldn't get a truck in. And down, way down the road, whenever 66 gets rebuilt and designed, I would probably make the suggestion that the truck would then get moved to downtown. You put an engine company out at the new station, and then you have your truck downtown. It just has more options of going centrally located.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
One other thing also is the city of Corona, I'm friends with the deputy chief. It's an old partner of mine. He said he is willing, if you are interested in looking and seeing the trucks, that they'd be willing to send them up here to the city, throw them against buildings or bring them to City Hall so you can all take a look at them.
And if I could chime in here. I want to answer Mr. Fenn's question about the DIF, the development impact fees. We do collect fire station development impact fees. The fund is not, there's not enough funds there available for the cost of the truck. Those funds have been dedicated to the fire station project.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lara?
So, thanks, Chief, and I appreciate you thinking ahead. When I went back and looked through the contract that we have with CAL FIRE in the county of Riverside, I thought that the vehicles were leased, and so they would rotate them, and we don't really own a truck, but it's rotated in the lease.
So you're correct in part of that. So the truck is kind of like the squad. The city owns the squad. We never turn that over to the county. The engine is what you have an agreement with is with the county. And that's the engine use agreement. I believe it's $38,000 a year. And then after, I think it's 10 years, then, and is when it becomes mature for a new fire engine. What the engine agreement is for is it promises you that you always have a working fire engine. Doesn't guarantee you a brand new fire engine when it comes up, but it's always a working fire engine. And if your fire engine breaks, that you'll have a reserve engine to put in place. The trucks are different. The trucks are purchased by the city. So Moreno Valley's purchased theirs. City Menifee's purchased theirs. Temecula theirs. So the city bears the cost on the truck. Now and then you bear the cost on equipping the truck. But once the equipment has been purchased, the equipment falls under the service agreement of replacement. So if you break a TIC, a thermal image camera that we use, that's once the initial purchase was already done, then the county would do a replacement for that. And as the equipment changes, then the county takes over that. But you would have to look at my suggestion would be looking at over 10 years is about the life that you want to do with the truck. I think the county tries to push it a little bit longer, but you'd want to start putting money aside to do another truck replacement 10 years down the road, 10 to 12 years down the road. Now the services for the truck, the fleet support, that is covered in the agreement. It's just not the initial purchase of the truck. And even if you opened up a new fire station, whenever a city opens up a new facility, they're responsible for the initial purchase of the engine, the initial equipping of the engine, also the initial furnishings and, dishes, all that type of stuff is bared on the city. Once that stuff is purchased, and if you decide to turn the engine over to the county and get into that engine use agreement, then that's where you go into paying that, whatever the cost is for that engine use agreement.
So, so this truck would be good for 10 years based on what you're saying then? Or anticipated that we would use it for 10 years?
Well, I think that's a fair guesstimate based on what we do with our other trucks is about a 10-year life. I mean, technologies change and everything, so that's about what you want. And then from there, it becomes possibly a reserve truck, or you sell it to another city and gain some money. That's something that the city of Redlands did. They purchased a new tiller, and while they're waiting for their old tiller, they bought a reserve one from, I think it was the city of Glendale, so they'd have a backup. So you either can turn it into a backup, you can turn it over to the county, maybe sell it to the county if they wanted to purchase it for a reserve truck, or you can try to sell it to another city.
Doesn't mean that you can't use it anymore.
No.
The city could move it to another station?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Because and I preface this by saying I know nothing about fire trucks and nothing about, but looking at the truck, it looks like based on the number of warehouses and the size of warehouses that we currently have, that this would be an overkill. And so what I want to avoid doing, and I'm sure you're doing the research on it, is to avoid purchasing a truck that's bigger than what we need to try to catch up to development that we don't have at this point, so that by the time the truck catches up to development, it's no longer, it's been 10 years and,
Well,
does that make sense?
yeah, but we're not catching up. We're way behind right now in the city. There should have been a truck purchased when they did the Beaver Medical Center. Once we started going 3 stories, the hotel over off of Oak Valley. Once we started doing all these bigger buildings, Home Depot, Walmart, the city should have been looking at a truck. Whether it was presented in the past, I don't know. I don't think it was. But truck companies are another tool. Just as PD, as we've started to expand, they've gone to their officers on motorcycles. They brought in K9. We're behind in the fire department right now. We're not set up for a major disaster to handle any of a big train derailment. To if we have a large fire in a building, we're going to have to call. We'll still call help from outside the area because just of how big the magnitude is. But we don't even have the resource to start that initial attack. 5 minutes, 10 minutes can really change the fireground operations, not being able to do something, not being able to get vertical ventilation really quick means that we could kill a firefighter inside because of a flashover. So getting people up on roofs, even our houses that we're building now are so tall and they're so narrow between the backyards and between each other, trying to get our ground ladders in there to get a proper climbing angle so you're not climbing straight up and the ladder doesn't fall over. It's becoming a challenge with fences and people's items that they have in the backyard and just how narrow it is, where the truck can pull up on the street, swing the ladder around off the aerial, and we're up on the roof in just a matter of a couple minutes. It only takes, 2 minutes or so to get that aerial up and extended and people climbing on it. So it's really fast.
So is this a truck that, because I know that anytime that there's a call out, even if it's a medical, you get trucks and is this truck gonna be going out on items
Yes.
like that?
Yeah,
It doesn't seem
so
like it's,
like it's an overkill?
yes, sir.
Right, and so the way that the staffing is gonna be done at this fire station, I mean, unless you wanna, I would love to staff a truck and staff the squad over at the station and have the squad run the medical calls and have the truck go respond to fires, but you're looking at additional costs and personnel, you're looking at an additional 5 personnel. Even more ideal would be to put an engine in a truck company at the station. Then you're looking at even more personnel. So it depends on what the city is willing to pay for, on what service you want to get. I would rather keep the squad and keep a truck company there and let the squad run all the medical calls, because it's going to be less expensive for the maintenance on the squad. $150,000 for a new squad versus, $1.4 million for a truck. It's a big difference, and we can run the wheels off the squad. The squad can't get us on the roof though. The squad can't get us water tower operations. The squad is not going to carry the equipment when we have the big rig roll over and that's on top of a car and we're trying to lift a big rig off the car on the 10 freeway. It doesn't carry that type of equipment. The truck does. So there's other options out there. What I'm trying to give you is based on what the staffing level would be at the fire station, the new fire station. It would go from an 8-person to a 12-person staff station. There's a cost in that. I think the way it could be done though is initially 8 people is what was going to be staffed at that fire station. It was supposed to be the 5 on the squad. They get moved to that station. You get another 3 to put an engine company there. By going to the 12 people, I think that if we still staff the 8 people, I think there's a way to possibly get the other 4 positions covered by some of our other cooperators. Just because that truck is going to benefit them also on the initial fires. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that answers my next question is, since we didn't anticipate this when we first approved the station, I was gonna ask you, does it require more staff members, and will that require a modification to our contract? Or an increase in?
Well, there would be an increase in the contract, but there'll be an increase whether you open the station with an engine or a truck, because we don't staff stations only with a squad. It's a very bad idea. There's no water on a squad. You have no way of pulling up to a fire and doing anything. You can go and do medical calls is pretty much what your squad is good for. When we move and open that station, you're either gonna have to staff it with 8 personnel and add 3 extra personnel, or you're gonna go to 12-person staffing. But I think, looking at the other models that are out there, I think there's a good possibility, though obviously myself, the city manager, will have to go speak with the county and other cooperators. And I think that there's a way of doing it to where the city can staff the 8 personnel that they had planned on staffing, and then the other 4 positions getting covered. Something like the Engine 20 agreement.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Chief.
Okay,
You're welcome.
Mr. Santos?
Chief,
Yes, sir.
thank you for the, informations, and that answered most of my questions on my brain right now. And, you're right. I mean, the experience in Redlands, the warehouses in there and everything, it took them, several minutes, and it burned down. I mean, there's 2, that I recall, there's 2 warehouses in there last year was burned down. Probably, what I'm talking about in there on that side. Now, let me clarify this. I know they've been telling you about that, and you explained so well about this truck. We're purchasing this, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, my question is, are you manning it and put the stuff in there? And you said that there will be 3 and 5 personnel in there?
No, so, excuse me, our truck companies are staffed with 4 people every day. Currently,
Okay.
your engine company is staffed with 3, your squad is staffed with 2. To make up the staffing level for a fire station, currently, it takes 8 people to staff a fire station. To staff a squad, it takes 5 people. The squad was put in place initially with the intention of moving the squad and the personnel to the new station. So you have 5 people that you've been paying for already. There's 3 positions that has to be added to run an engine company out of that, so that would make the 8. To run a truck company, you have to increase that by another 4, to 12 people. Now, there is a benefit also because of the way our rotations work on the truck. There's 2 overlapping days that would help also fill in holes or kill overtime at 66 because of the way the rotation is on the truck.
Now, my next question
Yes,
is,
sir.
how are you gonna man this? I mean, on last time, we got a report from you that you're cutting personnel on the, on this particular, region and that. How are you gonna man that? I mean, in the future? I mean, I know we cannot tell the future, but that would be nice to us to understand how you're gonna allocate on that new station we're gonna have in there.
So how are we gonna staff it?
Yeah.
With
Well, how are we
personnel?
gonna stop it? And then, because right now.
Because of the shortage that we're having with
That's
firefighters?
correct.
So, I mean, it doesn't matter what department you look at, there's a shortage of firefighters. Once a new fire station is gonna open, especially when it's gonna be a truck company, and especially up here in the pass area, there's gonna be people that put transfers in. And I don't think there'll be any problem of staffing that truck. Otherwise, what happens is we fly overtime behind the position if there's a vacant position. And then unfortunately, if voluntary overtime isn't taken, then we do what's called mandatory overtime. And a person's told that you will work on duty. And that currently happens right now at every station that we have
Yeah.
throughout the county. We are doing different things throughout the county, trying to take care of the paramedic shortage. The paramedic shortage really hurt us with COVID. It shut down the schools. Some of the schools requiring people to be vaccinated, they're only seeing some of the schools are 50% enrollments. So that's kind of crippled the paramedic program. So what they have done on some of the areas is they've underfilled the positions with regular firefighters. So we are bringing on regular firefighters, but still keeping everything ALS with the paramedics. We are also doing things when you promote in CAL FIRE, we have to promote within classifications. So an engineer is different than an engineer paramedic. And if you're an engineer, even though you were a paramedic yesterday as a firefighter, if you get hired as an engineer, you can on your regular days work as an engineer paramedic. Now, working overtime, if you're what we call a non-class paramedic, you can work overtime as non-class. So we've come up with an idea that where we are asking our engineers that have a permanent engineer job to reapply with our department as a classification for an engineer paramedic, and then work them as what we call a limited term engineer paramedic. And we're probably gonna, I would anticipate, gonna do the same, seeing how this works, then do the same for the captain. So if we had a paramedic that was a firefighter in the past and an engineer paramedic, and they became like our captain at 66. He was the engineer paramedic at 66. He's a regular captain now. I can't use him as a paramedic on his regular days. So we are working at different angles like that. We also are really heavily engaged in recruiting people, going to paramedic schools, going to fire academies, and trying to do recruiting. We're doing job fairs. So we're doing what we can to try to get people in the door. But with it being a new fire station, especially being a truck company, and especially if it's something like a tiller with a pump on it, I don't think it's going to be a problem filling that station.
Very good, thank you. And quick one in here on the finances and everything. And what will be the impact on our side on the 3 personnel or 4? I do believe on the fire truck run by 4 people in there, and that's why I use your number on 3. So, and what will be the impact on that? Because Jennifer is over here, and we're doing the budget and everything. Hopefully, we allocated that your additional, in your contract. I know we got 4.6 million for the year budgeted for that. I don't know what will be the impact on our current budget on that.
So I don't have the numbers memorized off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
if you do know. I mean,
But what I can tell you is that I believe
a percentage
I believe we're about
will-
2.2 million to run a fire station is what it is approximately for the engine and the staffing. With the truck company, well, when you open up the new station, that's what you'd be looking at for your staffing also, because you'd be going from a 5-person squad to a 8-person engine company. Well, if we can do the negotiations with the other cooperators, you would still only be paying that amount because hopefully we can get the other 4 positions covered. Now, if you don't, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, if you had to pay for all 12 positions.
Very good. Thank you.
You're
And then I'd like to thank Jennifer. Thank you for the impact fee that, that information. Thank you. Chief, thank
I
you.
just wanted to
Mayor?
add to that, I had also in the long-term financial forecasts that everyone saw at the budget workshop, we had put in there the staffing of the 8 personnel for the fire station coming on in fiscal year, I believe it was 24. So that was in those long-term financial forecasts.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Mayor, thanks.
Thank you, Chief. I have no questions for you. You answered all of mine, had them written down. So if there are no other questions for the chief, I think we can let him go. Okay, so
Thank
are
you.
there any other questions for the rest of the budget amendment for staff? If there are none, I entertain a motion. I don't see any questions.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the budget adjustments as outlined in attachment A.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 8, consideration of approval of the 2022 4th of July entertainment production stage rental agreement with Stash Incorporated, doing business as the M&M Group and fireworks display with Pyro Spectaculars. And we have a staff report from Mr. Story.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Today, with this consideration, is just for us to conduct our 4th of July. This is the first time we've brought it to council, and that is because the cost of the performer and the stage increased this year. With part of this agreement, we're getting a stage. So when we removed the stage over at Stewart Park, it increased the cost and it kind of put it over our threshold. So that's really why it's coming to you guys and something we had in the budget, something we knew that was going to be here. And so kind of lays it out in the staff report. Probably the most exciting news that I can give in the staff report is the bands that are going to be playing at the 4th of July, which is Journeyman, which is a tribute to the band Journey, and The Best of Everything is going to be coming out to 4th of July, and we will be having our event out there. Also this year, One thing that we are going to try to pull off, if that's the direction we want to go, is to add a beer garden that we can have one of our nonprofits host for us and operate for us there at the event. It would run for 4 hours. I've worked with PD to get some additional overtime numbers for the needed PD officers to make that happen. But it was just another thing that we wanted to add. Last year, we kind of dipped our toe back into the water after COVID with the fireworks show, and we just did fireworks. And so this year, we're excited to offer the whole thing. So we'll have the kids zone put on by the churches and the nonprofits. We'll also have the beer garden run by a nonprofit, and then we'll have the stage and the bands, and then we'll shoot off some fireworks and have some fun. And then also on that is also the fireworks display. And that usually hasn't come before you as well, but there's been some increases in their costs. And so they went from a $23,000 show to a little bit more expensive show, $26,000.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mr. Story?
Couple of quick.
Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, Mr. Stirk, just two quick questions. Do you plan to invite any food trucks and so forth?
We will. We will have food trucks that will be selling food on that night.
And in the past, the 23K got us about a 15-minute fireworks show, I believe, more or less. Is it something about the same lines?
This one is, I want to say, 21. It's closer to 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, that's all.
You good? So I know in the past we had a pyrotechnics show that was synchronized with music. Is that part of this program as well?
I believe
'Cause
so.
I don't think it was last year, was it?
Well, this year, because we have the stage and we have all the music set up, last year we didn't have any of the music set up. So last year it was
Okay.
truly just fireworks. But this year, with the stage and the entertainment and all the music and speakers and stuff that we will have set up, we'll have that option.
Okay, great. Seeing no other questions, if there's a motion, I'd like to hear it.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve a professional services agreement with Stash Inc., DBA, the M&M Group, in the amount of not to exceed $29,000 and approve the attached production agreement with Pyro Spectaculars, Inc., as reviewed and approved by the city attorney in an amount not to exceed $26,000.
I'll second that. A roll call,
Councilmember
please.
Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. All right, item number 9, approval of maintenance agreement with Cooper Turf Solutions Incorporated for turf planting and seeding of the sports park in the amount not to exceed $142,555. And Mr. Story, you're still up.
Wrong one. In the staff report, you can see what our plan was for the sports park, and I think it's no secret, once we came off of COVID and parks were shut down for a while, we came back and many of our sports came back in full force. And one of the issues that we saw when we came off of COVID was that everyone's cycle or their schedule was now off because everyone wanted to start right when that order was lifted. And so our sports park has been getting quite a lot of use as soon as that order was lifted coming out of COVID. And so it's been beaten up, and there's some maintenance that needs to happen up there. We've had a few issues and some things with some injuries and whatnot. There's just been unlevel surfaces and some grass that's dying in front of the goals just because it's constantly being trampled by small feet and large feet as people play sports, whether it be soccer, football, rugby, and baseball, all use that sports park on a regular basis, and they've all had a compacted schedule, and so they've all been there at the same time, and we've been juggling schedules and whatnot. So there was definitely a need for us to do something about that. Cooper Turf offers a solution where they come in with this machinery and they'll actually scrape down the surface of the playing field. It makes it all level. It removes some of the top layers layers of the grass, allows you to get down into the roots, and then we can fill holes, make things level. And then the idea was to reseed after that. And we got a quote from them. That's this $142,000 number. That was to reseed pretty much all, just about 700,000 square feet of grass up there at the sports park. And so the idea was that we were going to shut that down from May, the end of May, and then moving on until about August 24th or 5th, I think, is when we needed it to be reopened for fall season of soccer. So there was going to be a large time where we could have no use, we could let the grass grow, we could do the maintenance that we needed, and all those things. While these plans were coming about, there has been recently an order from the water district to restrict watering. And so that's probably one of the things that I do want to bring up tonight to you. We added a little bit of that language into the staff report to bring you up to speed a little bit about that. When our partners over at the water district came and were speaking to us a few weeks ago, it was one of the things that their director, their general manager mentioned to us was this new order that's going to be coming from them about restricting our watering. So that is one of our concerns moving forward with this, and that's why our recommendation is to move forward with approving this project, but also, if it's your guys' wish, that we would wait until it might be a little bit more appropriate time, or we can discuss that and see where you guys land on that side of things. But to see where we are with the water usage. The recommendation is for water, for sports parks to only be watered a few times a week, 3 days a week right now. The people who are installing this are letting us know that in order for it to grow, it needs significantly more water than that. So I would open up to any questions and discussions for the
Do we have
sports
any
park.
public comments?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, so, Mr. Story, have you ever been to Silver Lakes Equestrian and Sports Park in Norco?
I have in Norco, beautiful, yes. Mhm.
And have you noticed that their soccer fields are all artificial turf?
Yes, they are.
And our
Yes.
football field at the high school is all artificial turf?
Artificial turf, yes.
Why, would that not be maybe a direction we should consider on this?
It's definitely, absolutely, it's definitely something that we can look into and start exploring the costs of doing that. It's one of the things about Silver Lakes, where I've played there before and had tournaments there or whatnot, or even with our high school now, the usage is a lot more limited. The high school, it's not open to the public. Obviously, it's open to the high school kids, and that's one thing that's a little problematic for us. We've had a park that's as open as a sports park is, which is a great feature of our sports park. It's open to the community, and people can go out there and roll a soccer ball, and if there's no game going on, have a goal to kick in and enjoy it. But having it so open, that's a challenge. We've had some people come in and do silly things on the sports park, just our regular grass where we've had to maintain it. And so there'd be some, I think, maybe configurations that maybe would have to be considered as well as move in that direction. But we can definitely look into that and come back perhaps with a plan on, hey, what would artificial turf look like there, or at least on the playing fields, what would artificial turf look like, and see what some of those costs might be. For this initial, when this was first brought to us a little bit ago, it was, hey, get the fields playable, clean them up, fix them, do some maintenance, some much needed maintenance that was needed on there. And so we were just hyper-focused on what's the best maintenance option for us. But we could look into that, and obviously the water restrictions don't exist on artificial turf.
So first of all, wouldn't the seeding of this, if I remember correctly, it's not going to be ready for being playable until after the summer, right?
Correct. We were going to close the park from the end of May until about mid-August. We were hoping to
Okay.
open it 15th.
And, I just wonder about, I would like to know more about our options are you
Sure.
suggesting, when you talked about the restricted use to the football field, that if we had artificial turf, we would not be able to have an open park? Or are you saying, since we have such an open park, artificial turf is a benefit versus a detriment?
No, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think it would be a great asset to the community, first and foremost. I think it's just, we want to make sure that we're protecting that asset, because it's going to be probably a significant cost to that asset. And so right now, you know, you can drive up onto the field if you need to, just because there's no parking ballards or there's other things. And I think that's one of the things that some of these parks that have the stadium at the high school, it's completely, you know, enclosed. It's not as open. And I don't think we need to put up gates or anything along those lines, but I think there's some ways to protect the field that we would need to look into, as well as doing the initial artificial turf.
Well, I do know that years ago, when people started moving to artificial turf, there was a lot of concern about injuries and
Right.
and things like that. And I think a lot of the technology of artificial turf makes it a lot less a concern. But if you're at the Norco Park, you know, not only are they, you know, they have tons of games going on, all different ages, but even the people on the sidelines are sitting on, you know, flat, nice
Right.
turf. It just seems like a better experience, and I'm just wondering, you know, if we spend $150,000, $142,000 to seed this, and I have no idea what it would cost to do
Right.
turf.
And we can definitely come back, and Elizabeth and I had spoken this afternoon and said if that's something that you guys would want, we can explore some options, look to see what some of those initial costs are, and bring that back, knowing what the configuration is of the school. So, the sports park, we have the 1 football field, the 4 soccer fields. Are there ways to have some artificial turf where they're playing, and then maybe some not, so it drastically reduces the amount of water we have to use there? And instead of doing artificial turf for the whole entire thing, which is about like 740,000 square feet of grass.
And I do know every year we deal with AYSO because of, even though it's seeded, it's great, you know,
Right.
a few months later, there's a hole, and
Yeah,
and
of course.
I think we have issues with those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just my thought. Any other questions, Mr. Finn?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I might jump in quickly, what I'd like to do is bring back a cost-benefit analysis as well, because there will be some cost savings with if we decide to move towards artificial turf, we would be saving water. It would be an expensive project, but I think the long-term savings on the irrigation and the fact that we're looking at recycled water, it might be something that we should dive into deeper.
Thank you. Mr. Finn, go ahead.
Yes, my question was using our recycled water as a repayment perhaps to Beaumont Cherry Valley. Could we strike a deal with them now to say, hey, let us water this field, let us redo it, and then maybe, you know, have, and we obviously need staff to work out the numbers, but maybe it's a 2 to 3 benefit where they get the extra third back for letting us water now.
Sure.
And it puts our recycled water to use. You know, and maybe that water gets diverted to as long as it's somewhere it's connected to where Beaumont Cherry Valley can receive it.
Sure.
And I think we have things like that in place already.
I-
So just as an idea to say, hey, you know, and I don't know
Yeah.
to what extent we can circumvent the state's requirements, but
Right.
hey, it's our water, so why not use it?
Yeah,
So-
I would love to do that. It was just as the staff report was turned in and as we began to come forward with getting the quotes and moving this forward, then the direction came from the water district, and it's all been, you know, you can't pick when a drought starts, but apparently it's now. So, yeah, I think it would be a great conversation to have with
if we're
them.
you're looking
Absolutely.
at the turf thing, then say, is there a potential to broker a water deal, you know,
Sure.
at the same time?
And I think we have that, there's some other items on the agenda for some conversations with them.
Mr. Lara?
Yeah, real quick, thank you for bringing this to our attention and along with the issues that are currently plagued with at this point. I'd also like to know how we can level off the playing field, because I understand that that's pretty bad right now.
Sure.
Without, I guess, taking out all the grass.
Sure.
The other concern that I had though is I like the AstroTurf or the turf idea, but I know there's always pushback in regards to fees for using the fields, because we can't.
Sure.
I mean, the better the fields are, we can't let folks unfortunately play for free. There's gonna have to be some cost
Sure.
recovery for that. So I'd like you to look into that as well when we look at.
Absolutely.
potential turf, please. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, thank you. So some of my original questions were, you know, how much can we start now before we start the watering process? You know, how long are they willing to hold finishing the project until we decide on the water issues? Those are the original questions I had, but now that I think more about it, you know, attending some of these informational meetings about the drought and, you know, listening to some of the comments about the brokered water, it's gonna be hard to sell to the public using fresh water for a field during a drought. It really is. I mean, I'm gonna feel guilty about it myself, and if we were closer to the conveyance of the recycled water on the field, I'd have a little bit, you know, better ease at it, but, you know, that's another story. So I fully support looking into other options, merely, not just from a cost-effective point of view, but from the reality point of view is, you know, using fresh water for a field is difficult to sell to the
Sure.
public when they're gonna be asked to cut back, and, that's coming soon, so just some food for thought.
And we can have conversations with this contractor and maybe see, are there, is there an approach that we could do where we could address some of the concerns and some of the divots and the safety issues that we see at the park? Because even if we're under water restrictions, it's gonna get used and people are gonna go to the park and they're gonna have fun. And so we do have that responsibility to provide a safe environment for them. And so have that contractor maybe speak to some different options that might not include ripping it all the way down and then having to reseed it. Maybe there's some other things where we can level off some areas and see what compromise we can do, and then also have those conversations. I think what the water district would be really important.
You know, I believe AYSO came to us at some point in the last few years and suggested the artificial turf at that time. Mr. Santos, did you have something?
Yeah. I'm more on the, probably we could make studies on the artificial turf on this. Because, you know, not everybody right now, I mean, every parks I go or went on the Orange County side, they're all artificial turf.
Sure.
You know, and the only thing, you know, the way I see those parks and the playing ground in there, they only turf the playing area on
Right.
this. And then the rest is you know, fully landscape and you know, when I say fully landscape, they do elevated, you know, landscape. So the water could maintain on that, especially contain, especially on rainy day. So we will not have a problem on the, you know, overwatering or overwater on the field on that. So even it's raining, they could still play.
Yeah.
In other words, it's 24 hours. Now I know your concern is the vandalism. And that's the issue they have on that. I mean, you know, what they do is it's, you know, another cause. I mean, that some of the PD, you know, walk around in there or, you know, put a camera in there.
Sure,
And,
yeah.
you know, and then the worst thing in there is the fence in. And I don't like fence on any park. And I'm a guy that, you know, I like open. I mean, especially in the city, if we're gonna put our heart on the, for the kids and for the athletes in there, there's a lot of future, you know, maybe USA team or something. I mean, they could play on our field, you know. And I know one city that, you know, had, I mean, the son is a head of the, you know, LA Galaxy. And she wants to promote our city and other neighboring city. And I think that would be a good, smart thing to do with this city to upgrade our parks on that.
Yeah.
And I think, Mayor, that's the only thing I have. I mean, expressing it to you. You're doing well, Doug, I mean, on that side. Bringing in, you know, on that, you know, remedy the overwatering, and then there's gophers all over the place and everything and that.
Yeah.
So, good luck to you, man.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Pesky gophers.
So since the recommended action is to approve the maintenance agreement with a deferred start date until water responsible solution, I think we can make a motion. I'll move to approve this tonight, a maintenance agreement for turf planting and seeding of the sports park in the amount not to exceed $142,555 with Cooper Turf Solutions Incorporated, but will defer the start date until a water responsible solution can be met to properly water the grass seed, and until we've had a chance to consider other options at the same
Absolutely.
time.
And we can
I'll
bring those
second
back.
that.
Mayor, I blanked out for a second. What was your motion?
It's the recommended action with the additional condition that we defer the start until both a water responsible solution can be met, as well as we have a chance to consider other options.
So quick point of order then. So were we discussing to wait until we saw the cost analysis first on possible deals with the turf?
That's my addition to this.
Okay, so we're,
provide direction?
yeah, so we don't want to approve the contract until we find out more about,
I didn't know whether or not
Well, I don't know.
the
I'm just-
timing is important on
I'm
that.
trying to
But
clarify.
the thing is, that will delay the, the usage of the park. He's talking about, up to August.
Yeah, but my concern
then-
is doing it right and getting
Yeah,
it, so if it
I
goes
do
past
understand
August,
that.
I'm not concerned with that.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what the defer to the start time if I don't put that condition on AstroTurf?
I think the contractor can.
That's what I was going
Can
with.
do it whenever. I think the difficulty is gonna be with coordinating with the leagues. And then that's why we kind of chose this period of time, because it was sunny and seed can grow. And then also, we asked the leagues just to take a little bit longer of a time off in the summer to allow us to have it go in there. So, I mean, we can have those conversations and try to pick a time. If
So
it
I'm
goes
okay
too
with
far.
what I think Mr. Martinez is suggesting,
Sure.
that we basically table this and bring back a
And come back when I
discussion.
have the other solutions
Yeah.
as well for the
Yeah,
artificial,
so I'll
not a
amend
problem.
we don't need I'll
No.
move
Make
to
an
table it.
amendment or-
And then just have a future
I'll-
request for that item to come back.
Mayor, can I ask for a date on that table? Would you like it to be June 21st, July 17th? We can certainly bring back a cost-benefit analysis and report.
Yeah, we can do,
Doug, what would you say, 30 days?
yeah, we can do the June 21st, that's fine, not a problem. And it gives me time to talk to some contractors and see what other cities have spent and done on their artificial
Okay,
problems.
so let me table this item until June 20.
Perfect.
I'll forget my other motion. No one seconded it anyways, I don't think, right?
I did that second.
You okay if we?
Yeah.
Take it away.
I'm okay.
Okay. Okay, so I will move that we table this item to the 21st of June.
Same second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 10, consideration of approval of maintenance agreement with Weaver Grading Incorporated for weed abatement services on city-owned properties for an amount not to exceed $140,000. Staff report. Oh, Mr. Story, you're still here.
Still here? I'm still here. The city owns over 200 acres of open space that we need to be maintaining and providing weed abatement services on. This was something that we've worked with our employees, Kylie in our fire services, who's kind of helped us make sure that we're doing that properly. Also, we wanted to make sure that we as a city are being responsible and being held to the same standard as what we're asking residents and private property owners to do as far as their weed abatement was. So we've really been trying to take a proactive approach to looking at all of our properties together and how can we find a contractor that would be able to provide weed abatement services for us. This has been an ongoing issue for our department and community services. We've gone out numerous times with numerous RFPs trying to find contractors who were able to provide this service. Initially, when we first sent out the RFP, it was in the middle of when it was really hard to find workers. One of the challenges with a lot of our weed abatement services, it's a lot of handwork. Just because it's narrower areas, it's not all accessible by tractors and large equipment. So the first time we sent out the RFP, a lot of the responses that were coming in were contractors saying it's just too hard for us to provide the number of employees because we just don't have those right now. So we took a pause. We tried to piecemeal our weed abatement services for all of our city-owned properties. The second time we went out for RFP, we had 26 contractors that downloaded it, that looked at the RFP and wanted to, or showed interest in reviewing it to submit it, but no one ended up submitting any of the stuff. And so when I contacted the contractors, I said, hey, what's going on? How come we're not getting responses from you? And they just said it was just it's cost prohibitive for them to do it. Some of them were being put on, they just didn't have the staff again, or they didn't have the type of equipment that they needed at the time. So we've been looking for an organization or a company that could do that for us, and Weaver Grading has showed that they can do it in the past. What we started doing was asking them to do just individual parcels and finding small ones around the city, and they were able to accomplish all those and meet those requirements that we had. And then we approached them and said, okay, what if we offer and package for you to maintain all of these so that it's not something that we just constantly have to do one parcel at a time. So that was the plan that we came up with, and that's what his quote here and proposal is for. What we're doing is we're taking the budgeted amount that I have in the weed abatement, which is part of our budget for the remainder of this fiscal year and then also next fiscal year. And so this is not just a one-time service. This is something that would extend into next fiscal year as well. And this gives us and affords us the opportunity to do the weed abatement at least 2 times a year on these parcels, which is what we're supposed to be doing to keep them down so that we can mitigate fire hazards. So a lot of the areas that we're trying to spend a lot of effort and time on are some of the areas surrounding Four Seasons, some of the areas south of Seneca Springs, underneath some of the Edison easements, some of these large areas that we really need to make sure that we're properly weed abating. So that's what the proposal is today. This is a maintenance agreement with Weeder Grading, an amount not to exceed the $140,000 for the 2 years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Story. Do we have any comments or public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Mr. Pinckney, you're okay with the municipal city code section that says if no bids or proposals are received, we can go in this direction? The third paragraph says, per Beaumont Municipal Code section, if no bids or proposals are received, the city may award by any alternative purchasing procedure. City staff contacted, and then it goes in to explain that, so. Okay. Mr. Giannetti.
I just was going to confirm something. I heard the story and it sounds all right, but just in relationship at Four Seasons and the amount of landscape we have and what it cost us for the maintenance of it, the number of acres, you're talking 200 acres. We have well over 600-700 acres. This price seems reasonable to me based on
Okay.
what we pay. We
Okay.
pay a lot more, a lot more.
Thank you for the input.
Considering it's handwork, like he's saying, not being able to get a big tractor through. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, just real quickly, I've got a couple of calls from some constituents about the, along Brookside between Cherry Avenue and Highland Springs along Sundance. I believe that was dedicated to the city already. The weeds are growing high and I had some concerns about fire, so.
Sure, yeah.
Is that a part of the
Yeah,
parcel you're talking about?
absolutely. And that's one of the reasons we're pushing to get these, to
So
get taken care of.
where
So that
along
is
Brookside again?
Brookside, this is more towards Sundance,
Okay.
off of Cherry, heading towards Highland Springs, heading east on
Got it.
Brookside, on that
Okay.
south side of Brookside.
Mayor, if I might answer that question, that is dedicated to the city. However, we have not accepted that property. It needs to be improved first. That is under the developer still.
So they'll be on the next item, the next agenda item, so they can start.
Okay, I get it. All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Real
Comments?
quick,
Sure, Mr. Lara.
Thank you. You mentioned Edison easements?
Yeah,
You're
some-
doing along the sides of Edison?
There's a couple of
easements?
them in Sundance going the other direction, going from Cherry towards Marshall Creek, towards Beaumont Avenue. There's some parts of it underneath the Edison easements that were dedicated to us. Those
Wow.
ones are ours. So it just depends. There's a lot of Edison easements out here.
Right.
And so there's some that we need to do weed abatement there. There's also some in Oak Valley Greens, off of Oak View, just underneath the tower, up and around there. There's some going that way, and then, where's the other Edison easement?
Those have been dedicated to the city?
Those ones are our responsibility.
Okay.
Those ones are, correct.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah. Some of them aren't Solera, obviously not, but there's some that are.
So I'll move to approve a maintenance agreement for weed abatement of city-owned property in an amount not to exceed $140,000 with Weaver Grading Incorporated.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes, item 11, consideration of an increase to current private property weed abatement rates and an increase to weed abatement allocation for private property weed abatement through July 2023. We have a staff report from our Deputy City Manager, Christina Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will piggyback on a lot of what Doug said. The city does do weed abatement, both city property and private property. Private property weed abatement is managed through the Code Enforcement Department or Community Enhancement Department under Community Development. It is regulated by Municipal Code Chapter 8.08, and there are processes that have to be followed. In 2019, City Council approved multiple vendors, there ended up being 3, to conduct weed abatement on, at that time, I think we were doing both private and city property, but it's focused more on city property, on private property for this. And so at the beginning of weed abatement season, we check with our vendors, make sure they've maintained all their proper business licenses and meet all of the requirements that we have in the municipal code in order for these vendors to conduct weed abatement on private property. We have, give or take, I think about 600 parcels that we handle every year on private property. Code enforcement staff verifies ownership, reaches out to each of the property owners, offers the city subscription service, which is where they can agree to have the city handle the weed abatement for them. They have the option to either pay the bill or have it put on the tax roll and pay it that way. And we follow up with those ones. We have a number of them that communicate fairly well with staff. And then we have a lot of property owners that don't communicate back, that we never end up hearing from, that either want to handle it themselves or be part of the subscription service. And then so staff is tasked with commencing weed abatement on those properties and recovering the costs through the tax rolls, essentially. So like I said, in 2019, we had 3 vendors. We are now down to only 2 vendors that can handle this weed abatement on private property. 1 vendor is no longer eligible. After this was approved by council in 2019, staff went ahead and released an RFP to see if we could secure some more vendors for weed abatement services on private property throughout the city. Much similar to what Mr. Story said, we had, I think, 28 vendors download the RFP. We had 1 vendor submit a proposal. That proposal was $800 an acre for handwork, and our current rate is $35 an acre for handwork. The disking and mowing was proposed at $125 an acre, which is, I think we're paying $100 or 105. We're paying $105 per acre right now. Anyway, so based on the fact that we only received the 1 bid and the handwork component, which is significant, was so far out of line with what our current rates are, we brought forward a staff report to council and requested that the RFP proposal be, DQ'd and that we would retool and figure out how to start again and go back. So that was in July of 2020. So obviously with COVID and everything, things were a little crazy, so we didn't focus on going back out to do the RFP again yet for for weed abatement. We've stuck with our 2 vendors we have that are eligible. We've held the rates the same, and we've been recovering the costs through the appropriate mechanisms that we're allowed to utilize. So in the staff report shows a breakdown of what we've paid over the last few years for code enforcement costs, and that pertains to, for weed abatement costs. That pertains to the first part of my request, which is at the time we approved this in 2019, we allocated $175,000 for these vendors to conduct weed abatement services. We've about hit that threshold, and we're in a new weed abatement season. So I'm requesting an additional $60,000 to be allocated for these vendors, which will be cost recovered, but allocated for these vendors to go ahead and continue through weed abatement right now and give us some time to, in the fall, go out again for an RFP for weed abatement services to see if maybe we can, again, get some additional vendors and whatnot. The second part of my request has to do with an increase, a proposed increase to the current rates. Our vendors who do take care of us pretty well have requested an increase to both the handwork and the mowing and disking. The mowing and disking, we're proposing to go from 105 an acre to, I think, I put 125 an acre in there. And that was based on what each of the vendors separately we had discussed with and asked them to send us, what they would like to see, because gas prices and whatnot, they had been requesting for a while, an increase. And then for handwork, we did the same thing. They're having an incredibly hard time trying to find enough people to do the handwork and handle that load. And so we requested that they submit to us what they think would be an appropriate amount for handwork. And they each submitted an amount, and we kind of split the difference between the two. One was higher than the other, and we kind of went in the middle. And so that's what we're proposing, or requesting actually from council this evening, is to not just authorize an additional $60,000 for these vendors, but also to consider increasing the amount. If council chooses to increase the amount for these vendors, the next step would then be to put it out for a public hearing, because this is something that is paid by the residents. We need to make sure that it's a duly noted meeting. We would adopt this by resolution, and then as increases need to come up down future years, we could then go back and modify what was adopted by resolution with a new resolution that would point in the order that we go. The weed abatement rates are not established in the fee schedule either, so this would be the appropriate mechanism, would be to come back and then make sure we adopt it at a public hearing. Happy to answer any questions.
So you would be changing your recommended action. We still want to authorize the additional $60,000 for private property weed abatement
Yep.
through June 30th of
Yes.
next year. And then the other part, we're going to come back for a public hearing on that, so we're not going to approve that tonight.
Yeah, if you're okay with increasing those amounts, we will then bring that back as the amounts that would be set. So you can agree to increase those rates and then direct staff to conduct a public hearing on
Okay,
those
so would-
rates. And then we'll scratch the contract portion for now until we come back.
Okay, so we would be agreeing, you're asking us to agree to increase the rates, so the recommended action doesn't change, or it does change?
So the action would be then to increase the weed abatement rates as it's stated in there and direct staff to set a public hearing.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Anyone down there? Mr. Lara?
Real quick, you talked about on the, I think the handwork, that you took a rate that was in the middle between two of the vendors that you had spoken with. The concern that I have is if we take something in the middle, then we eliminate one of the vendors? No?
No, so the vendors are actually currently working. We explained the process to the vendors that, this isn't something we can just say, okay, we agreed to change the rate, right? It has to go through this process at council. So they're currently working and billing at their established rate. Anybody who's on the subscription program already that has been notified of the rates and agreed to those rates, it will remain the same. So we won't be changing those. Anybody who has not communicated with the city, and if these rates are approved and they take effect on the resolution, then those ones that are just ones that we have to go out and handle, then this rate would be what's put on the tax roll. But anybody who's already part of the subscription service or who's agreeing to pay for the weed abatement services this won't affect them, and our vendors understand that.
Now, on this, when we, I guess, tag it onto the tax rolls, Are we covering staff time? Because this seems like it's very cumbersome.
Yeah, it is pretty cumbersome. There's an administrative fee, and I want to
Okay.
say it's,
It's not a flat, is it?
I think it is actually a flat fee, but it's, I think it covers pretty well proportional to the time that's spent for putting it on the tax roll. Actually, the hardest part of weed abatement is at the very beginning. Once we verified all the owners and gone through all the property identification and got all we mail people 3 times before we ever really start doing anything on the property. So we started this, 2 months ago. That's where all the labor intensive stuff, once that part is done, the rest of the work is fairly nominal. But I'll look at that and assess staff time and make sure we're covered.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mr. Finn?
Just a quick question. Is this just for unimproved vacant land?
Yes, this would be for essentially vacant property, or we do have some properties down on the south end of town that might have like one house on a lot of property that still needs to have some weed abatement done. So primarily vacant, yes. There are some that have structures on them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, so, and to clarify, Weaver is for city-owned property and these are for private.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Correct.
and then second of all, is there a way that we can notify those that are on the subscription that rates could go up or are going up and give them the option of either staying with the new rates or finding their own if they opt out?
I guess that would be a question as to whether or not we're under a contract theoretically, right? If it's already been agreed to.
They can't be indefinite, obviously.
Right, next year, I think yes. So when we
okay.
do the subscriptions next year, then yes, the new
Okay.
rates would be on there. I thought you were talking about
No,
this
no.
year.
Okay, that's fine. That'll work then.
Right, yeah, we're honoring this year's rates
Of
for
course.
current
But
subscription.
it does, every year they have the option. I didn't know
Every year
that
they
it
have
was
the
up
option, yes. They have to renew every year.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. We'll go ahead and, I will move, since we've already fully discussed what recommended action is, I'll move the recommended action, please.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 12, professional services agreement with ED Suite for economic development website, design and hosting. And Mr. Kyle Warsinski.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take you up on your offer not to read the staff report tonight. So really, this is a component that helps the Economic Development Department as well as the city obtain multiple objectives contained within the Economic Development Strategic Plan approved in 2019. Some of those are to provide a platform to market city's message, engage with partners and companies, publish data and resources to better serve existing businesses and business prospects. City staff explored various options to accomplish the website design and website hosting, which used the city's current website provider and also website design firms that specialize in economic development website designs and content creation. Upon completion of that review, staff recommends that we move forward with ED Suite. We feel they're best suited to fulfill the city's needs for specialized economic website design, creative writers, a creative writing team that really specializes in writing content for economic development websites. They know what users are going to be utilizing the website, and they formulate our pages for those end users in mind. Contains a property search tool and somewhat affordable support and hosting as compared to the other services. Brief synopsis and rundown of the different options, or not the options, but the components of the contract, which includes website design as well as the content writing for every single page of the website. Includes their one-time fee for a property search tool that will be embedded and utilized within the website. And then obviously an ongoing support and hosting cost, which is $4,000 per year. The term of the contract is 3 years, so that's why we put in the $12,000. And then one unique thing that ED Suite provided that the others did not was as you know, websites need to be user-friendly and they need to have content, and that typically revolves around pictures and videos and something like that. So it doesn't make sense for us to hire ED Suite to do that because they're located in Texas. And they could easily, and they were more than happy to come out here and do it, but just the travel cost and logistics doesn't make sense. But they do have a service where they will consult with local photographers, and I have conversations with 2 or 3 of those that specialize in commercial content, which is pictures or videos of commercial businesses, structures, insides, people, those types of things. And what they do is we'll pay for their consulting time to consult them on how the website content is being written so that the pictures match up. So lastly, at last week's Economic Development Committee meeting, the committee did review the different options that staff reviewed and recommended ED Suite to be approved by the city council in the professional services agreement that's presented tonight. So staff does recommend that city council, lastly, the total not to exceed cost of the contract is $36,280, which includes 3 years of hosting and support. Staff does recommend that city council approve the professional services agreement for website design and hosting with ED Suite. Their detailed proposal is attached for your review, as well as the professional services agreement that Pinckney's office has reviewed and approved in format, as well as the user. And Ryan Jacobs and Eric Halverson, sorry, Eric, if I messed up your last name, but I believe it's Halverson. If it's not, I'll apologize again later, are available on Zoom in case you have any technical questions from ED Suite. And I'm more than happy to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
So I'd like to start by saying we saw about a 30-minute presentation in the Economic Development Committee, and we got a good a feel for all 3 of these. In my opinion, ED Suite was by far a much more professional-looking version. I think it had some features that the other ones did not, and my thought was, and I think the rest of the committee agreed, was that we've made an investment or are going to make an investment in our economic development department, and that we really want a website where people who are looking to do economic development here come in and see the website and just sort of get the wow effect. And also, it's very simple. If you see either a building or a property in the different photos, and you want to know more information on it, you were able to click on that and it would go straight, give you information such as the realtor, the owner, that kind of stuff. So it was very user-friendly, and I think it would definitely improve. I think people would see that and then go to another city that was sort of trying to cut costs a little bit and just feel more comfortable being on this site. So when you look at the cost and you try and compare, it's hard to compare apples to non-apples here. But when you look at the 3 options and you actually see the websites, there's no comparison in my opinion. So I just wanted to start with that. If there are any questions for Mr. Warsinski?
I just want to comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to comment, so thanks for that, because that was the question I had, was the difference between the 36 and the 23,000 between Civic Plus and Ed Suite, more or less, you know. So thank you. So it makes it more, realistic that there's a quality that we're talking about.
So Civic Plus does our current website, and they're pretty good on doing city websites, but doing economic development websites, there was just no comparison.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Quick,
Mr.
Mayor.
Santos, sorry.
Hey, I'm glad that, we're getting this website on this. I mean, that's good. I congratulate you on that. Thank you. And for the committee also, the EDC going forward on this. This is a good stuff for the city of Beaumont. Thank you, Kyle. Mayor, thanks.
And one disclaimer, just because I'm in web development, Esri had nothing to do with this, or Ursi, if you refer to a previous council member. So with that, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the professional services agreement for website design and hosting services with ED Suite.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 13, purchase of a battery-operated extrication equipment in the amount not to exceed $43,432.77 from Western Extrication Specialists Incorporated. Staff report from Fire Chief Hopkins.
Microphone.
It's the button.
You can manage those trucks, but you don't have a button.
Okay, let's start over. So this is for purchase of a battery-operated full set of extrication equipment to be placed on Medic Squad 66. Currently, Engine 66 has a full set of hydraulic tools. What this does allow is a set to always be within the city limits. Anytime we go onto a structure fire, the engines are usually committed during the initial attack of the fire, plus they have to stay there and do mop-up and overhaul. The squad, we try to break away from the incident so we can get it back in service to keep running different type of calls in the city, medical calls, auto accidents. Also, what this does is with the battery-powered equipment, we have placed rope rescue gear on the squad. So anytime we have over-the-side type of rescue with a vehicle, trying to take down the big, heavy hydraulic generator with hose lines that connect to very heavy tools. Usually when these cars go off the side, a lot of times it's when it's raining. So taking them down a slope to get to a vehicle, trying to keep mud and debris out of the hose lines and connect them. The battery tools and the new technology is a far more superior tool for taking over the side. This also is, the Engine 66 can be part of the move up and cover plan. As we are moving engines around through, if there's a fire in the desert and the engine gets sent out that way, they bring in another engine. That other engine might not have extrication equipment. So by keeping the extrication equipment on the squad, that gives the citizens of Beaumont a better chance during an impingement on a vehicle accident. We can also use them besides cutting and prying apart cars. We can also use them as a lifting tool to try to lift items if people are trapped under something. So the recommendation is for purchasing the equipment of $43,432.77.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any public comments on this?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, any questions for Chief Hopkins? Seeing none, I'll take a motion, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the Holmatro. Is that good?
Holmatro.
All right, we'll go with that. Battery operated equipment from Western I shouldn't have done this. Extrication specialist for a total of $43,432.77.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
The button mishap isn't so bad now. Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chief. Item 14, disposal of surplus property, staff report from another chief, Delise.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I don't feel so bad for the price tag on some of my asks now after that truck presentation, right? So before you is a staff report, dispose of surplus property. Some time ago, the city generously allowed us to purchase fitness equipment. That was about 14 years ago. It's outdated. It's mostly stationary equipment. It's not truly the way that that we stay fit or work out, or with the cardio, it's multifunctional movements and CrossFit, boot camp style stuff. It's not going to work into the new police facility. We need that space in Building C for police workspace and lockering and some other needs we've talked about. So we want to dispose of it. In doing so, the most foundational manner to do so is to hold a public auction. And so recommended action is to approve the auctioning of listed surplus property through publicsurplus.com and the disposal of any unsold items. And with that, I can answer questions.
Thank you. Any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Any questions or comments from council?
Just a quick question.
Sure, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, Chief, I would assume that donating equipment puts us in the liability for the city, or maybe a gifting of funds or so. Have we looked into that possibility?
Right, so we took a few steps. We didn't look to donate it because we just didn't have much interest even from secondhand dealers. So we called all the ones we could find in the Inland Empire. Only one had answered, asked for photographs. We sent it. They didn't respond. It's old. It's older stuff. It's not going to work for our high school. Our middle schools don't have gym rooms. You know, all the football teams and those in the athletics have really moved to the high school complexes now.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other comments or questions, I'll move to approve the auction of listed surplus property through publicsurplus.com and disposal of any unsold items.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 15, Police Department perimeter fencing and security improvements. Staff report, Chief Tulis.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. And so the police facility opened in 1989. As we've discussed, we've outgrown that. It wasn't built with the vision of what the city was going to become now and in the future. And so we're out of space. Of course, times were different in the 80s. And now bad guys want to, for some reason, jump the fence and get into the police facility instead of make us chase them and do it the hard way. But joking aside, there have been some intrusions. One of the more concerning ones recently was somebody that was armed with a machete and a replica firearm. And his employer had seen this. He told his employer he had to go work something out at the police department. Of course, they didn't call us. We had no preparation, no heads up. As the gates open, slowly, and then mostly 6-foot chain link fence around, he was able to breach. We're very thankful. He was waiting by a door to try to get in the police department. We don't know what the intentions were, but a really bad situation was averted. We had somebody that was about 5150 that got into a scuffle with our deputy chief. And then before that, we had somebody jump the fence and break into the police officers' cars while they were out and patrolling on night shift. So we have some needs, and we're addressing some with the CIP that y'all have seen. In this case, we need to address security upgrades on the fencing, remove the chain link fence, add wrought iron that's 8 foot, curved out, add some difficulties. Where there's block, we'll keep the block, but we'll add the 2 foot of the wrought iron on the top. And then where we have the gates, because the motors, the functioning, it's not gonna really support going with a heavier gate. We're gonna have to put some metal spikes. It's unfortunate. It's not the look we want in downtown, but I have a lot of unarmed staff that exits to the parking lot after hours. And then certainly, the mindset of the officers is not that they're gonna be engaged in an incident walking from the station to their vehicle. With that, we'd also like to increase our video surveillance with some cameras. And then also the need is to take some of the current Civic Center parking lot. I think you would have it as, see what you would have it as. on page 208. Just a rough sketch there, highlighted. Some fencing, taking this and putting some wrought iron in there with some motorized gates. We'll have to put a rampway into, from this upper parking down, it drops about 6 feet into what's already currently the secured lot. And this would provide us about 30 more spaces, approximately parking spaces that would be secured for staff. This would not affect any ingress or egress for customers for City Hall. It would not affect the charging stations. There's plenty of parking. Most of the vehicles that are in this north eastern portion of the Civic Center parking lot are commuters that work out in Blythe and leave their vehicles there. And so we believe there'll be minimal impact to the public for City Hall. Under Beaumont Municipal Code Section 3.01.090, allows for an informal bidding procedure for non-public projects, which this would qualify. We only had one response, Mesa Fence Company, and they had bid this to remove the existing chain link fence and to install the components that I spoke about minus the IT. $110,656. The IT portion from CDWG is $11,449.76. So the recommended action is to approve the acquisition of 11,570 square feet of the Civic Center parking lot for additional secured police parking. Approve a public works agreement with Mesa Fence Company for upgraded perimeter security fencing for the police department, amount not to exceed $110,656. And finally, approve the purchase of upgrades to the security camera system in the amount of $11,449.76. With that, I take questions.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any public comments on this?
I have no written requests. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
And questions, Mr. Finn?
Yes, Chief, just a simple question. With only having one bid, does the $110,000 amount seem reasonable in your opinion? And also, was there any other staff members that, or within the city that has similar experience in looking at such a task that they thought looked reasonable as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Worked with Mr. Story on this project. Lieutenant George Walter and Doug Story, our community development director, worked on this project. Seemed reasonable to both of them. And in reviewing it with linear feet cost of this project, I feel very comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Chief. So just to clarify, so looking at the picture and the outline of the yellow for the perimeter, is that all wrought iron going to be?
Yes.
Okay, so it all, and then, I don't know, what do you say, about 25 or 30 parking spaces maybe in that area?
I think we're taking about 30,
About 30.
but we have to get a ramp built or some steps built, and so, but, yeah.
So we have, so the parking along the street, along Orange there, we don't really have any no parking zone, right? Because they can park on the western side of that.
Correct.
Now, tell me about the parking in front of City Hall. We had parking there at one time, and it's such a bad place to put parking, but do we have parking there now?
Yes.
We still have parking in front of City
Are
Hall?
you talking about on Sixth Street?
Yeah. The reason I'm asking.
Sorry. When I think of the front, I think
Oh, the one
the
going
face,
towards
where I
that.
face,
Yeah.
yes.
So on Sixth Street, I believe we took that away, right?
Correct.
Because of the difficulty there. So the only thing I look at is taking away without adding any or adjusting anything seems, and I know most of the time it's not being used, but when we do have events, I know that is full. So is there any place that you can think of that we could, maybe change zoning in order to allow parking? Or is it just, the safety is just too much along Sixth Street and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, I think that It's difficult to want to change the parking in front of City Hall. If we had a major event and the police department was to cone off the street for the parking, I'd feel better about that for a special event that maybe we were hosting here in the gymnasium. But, we did increase the number of parking on Orange Avenue when that was striped on both sides. And then the other consideration is just with the technological advancements with City Hall and how the customers can pay online or with the kiosks, it has decreased the amount of parking I typically ever see in the Civic Center lot anymore.
No, it was just the special events I was thinking
Yeah.
of the most. So if we had some sort of maybe that, what we could talk about during those few that we have, that might, because I'm just listening to, thinking about all the complaints we're gonna get because there's no place to park anymore. But again,
Right.
it's gonna be limited, so I don't see it happening, but.
I would say the greatest impact would be 4th of July. And if we had concerts once again.
Well, we have Cherry Festival.
Cherry
we have the
Cherry
veterans
Festival.
And the veterans,
but-
when they come to the civic,
But it's almost a trade-off because the public has been helping themselves to park in the police parking lot anyways on those events. And of course, they bring their chairs out in the lawn and we make the front of the police department available to the public. Our emergency vehicles exit onto Maple during that event. So there's a little bit of a loss, but we do mitigate on those special events.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Laura.
So, and I'm thinking that I may already know the answer, but as we move over to occupy the buildings on this property for the police department, will that car parking reduce itself, or is that still gonna be needed, or do you see that changing at all, Chief?
Well, so many of the positions, with the motor positions, the CSOs, the support services that we've asked for in this budget, we're not only gonna bring on more day shift oriented people, but then there'll be some more fleet vehicles as well. When we looked at Building C, we want to keep a few marked cars here during the business hours, just as I think it's twofold. One is the officers would be working in C, so if there's an emergency, they need to be able to get to their car and get to the call. Two, it helps deter people from wanting to get in this lot. And then I suppose the third benefit would be just the integration of the police and the City Hall workers mixing. But the City Hall parking is pretty stretched in the secured area in the back already. So I don't want to truly encroach too much. We'll perhaps restripe over by the animal, where we keep the animal control trucks by the kennels and put a couple of the police cars there. But it's really we are increasing 5 civilian positions. It'll mostly be day shift. So we need parking for them. And then with that is about 3 fleet vehicles, because, the CSOs, the report takers. But then as you bring in a motor unit, they mostly work those same hours, or at least those overlapping hours of days into early swings when we already have the most amount of people here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. That's all I have, Mayor.
Just sort of to piggyback on the other two comments, if you were to drop that yellow line straight down, you would be able to keep about 12 to 15 parking spaces still available to the public. Would that not be enough?
So which one are we?
So where the gate is right now, you have a red mark there.
On,
Talking about adjusting the line that is closest to Orange Street
okay.
over to the east and line it up with where the gate is as you drive in.
Just go straight down from there. You keep about 12 to 15 spaces public. So you would.
I see what you're saying. So just go straight down.
You'd have a little lower in fencing costs too, but I'm just, I agree with the comments here. What about that space right above the yellow, what is that, the green square or rectangle? Could that be additional parking?
I can't, not too sure.
Can you see from up there?
That's,
Right
that's
here, this
grass,
piece.
Mayor.
Yeah, oh, I'm seeing, that's grass, and you do have some irrigation, and then you have.
And there's a
trash
dumpster
enclosure.
there.
Right. Our trash enclosure's there, then we have where the red line is from that grass area, where that motorized gate is, that's block to the front of the police department. But adding the 30 spots, I could tell you.
That's what you need is the 30 spots.
Because we won't even get the full 30 out of that. By the time we add the ADA, the ramps, we may already get cut down to 25, depending on gates and motors and, you know, how they roll. But we can certainly look at, and the BMC already allows me to have authority to close a street. If we need to close a street during special events and assist in parking, against like, let's say we need to close Orange and allow people to park at a angle, I could already do that. You know, we'll have to assess that.
Okay,
yeah.
that's all I had. Any other comments, questions? Can I get a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the acquisition of 11,570 square feet of the Civic Center parking for additional secured parking, approve a public works agreement with Mesa Fence Company for upgraded perimeter security fencing for the police department in an amount not to exceed $110,656, and approve the purchase of upgrades to the security camera system in the amount of $11,449.76.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item number 16, establishing a 2x2 committee meetings for recycled water. Staff report, Elizabeth Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. This came on the heels of the presentation that City Council heard at the May 3rd City Council meeting regarding the status of the recycled water project at the wastewater treatment plant. At that meeting, there was significant discussion between multiple agencies, including the City of Beaumont, Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, and San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency. Frequent communication, well, now is the time for frequent communication because our ability to provide recycled water is around the corner. And so now is the time to start discussions with the other agencies on what to do with that recycled water. And so I'm recommending that Mayor White appoint 2 people. I understand that there were 2 previous council members, the mayor himself and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, that were previously appointed to the recycled water. And so the mayor can affirm those appointments or appoint 2 different ones to an ad hoc committee to begin meeting with those 2 agencies.
Okay, thank you. Any public comments on this item?
No, I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Thank you. I had discussions with Mr. Pinckney earlier regarding this agenda item. And if you remember in the meeting before as well, in the past, when we set up 2x2 ad hoc committees with other agencies, there was a concern about brown noticing in public meetings and providing access to the public. I think at this point, from what I've learned from Mr. Pinckney, if we take council action on this to confirm the establishing of the 2x2 committee meetings, that does put us in a Brown Act committee. Whereas if I just direct or appoint 2 council members to act as liaisons for this, we are not in a Brown Act environment, and then we can have discussions that we may need to have with the other agencies. So unless there's any objection, I'd like to just go ahead and continue, if Mr. Martinez is comfortable with this, continue Mr. Martinez and myself on the liaisons for the water district and water agencies considering this. Is there any objections to that? No, but I have a question. Sure.
Mr. Mayor, you made a comment that perhaps, or in the last meeting, in reference to this, maybe a 2x2x2 meeting with the intent of meeting with them separately. Is that still your goal?
No, I'm thinking it would be better to address each agency separately. That's my thought.
Okay.
And then later we can, change it a little bit, change it up a little bit. There's nothing stopping us from getting to a point where we have maybe multiple agencies and then providing public access to it. So it still gives us that ability, but I do think that there's some heart-to-heart conversations that need to be had that I think would be best if we could do it as in, I don't know, is this considered an ad hoc committee still, or it's more liaisons?
You can, it's just the title that you're giving it, but what you're really doing is you're creating an ad hoc type committee or liaisons that are going to meet on a limited, they're going to have limited jurisdiction on one topic, which is going to be the recycled water issue, and it's for a limited duration. It's not going to be a perpetual committee that you're creating or liaisons. It's just two people that you're appointing to meet with, two representatives from the water district and maybe later two representatives from the pass. There's no fixed schedule. If you were to formalize it, you were to create a committee and they were going to have continuing jurisdiction over that subject matter. Let's say you wanted to form a committee that was composed of two council members and also members from another agency, that would be a Brown Act body. If you were going to create a subcommittee that was going to have continuing jurisdiction into the future over this subject matter of recycled water, that would be a Brown Act body. That'd be a standing committee. But this is temporary in nature, it's informal in nature, and it's just designating two people to meet with people from the water district. And I realize that it's nuanced, but when you do it informally like that for a limited duration, on a limited subject matter, that fits within the exception of the Brown Act, and therefore it would not be a Brown Act body.
And it doesn't prevent us from having two council members, two board members, and appropriate staff.
Yeah, I think that's good, and I think it'll be easier to meet with them too when you're trying to set up time that they are available as well, so. I'm in support,
Yeah.
thank you.
So the staff members would be there to aid and assist. They wouldn't be part of this committee or liaison. They're just there to aid and assist and provide information.
Okay, so that item is done. And we'll go on to item number 17, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of April 2022.
And because this involves my law firm, I'm recusing myself from this item.
Okay, any questions, comments, motions? Any public comments on this item?
No written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay,
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the invoices in the amount of $126,393.45.
I'll second.
and a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes, and we'll go on to item 17, approval, I'm sorry, we did that. Legislative updates and discussion, please.
All right, for legislative update this evening, we are a little more than midway through the current legislative cycle. May 27th is the last day for houses to pass current bills in their own house. So a bill introduced in the Assembly, May 27th is the last day for it to pass out of the Assembly. Same thing for the Senate. And then they'll have June to continue working, and July is recess, and then they'll reconvene in August. And during August is the last go at approving bills, with August 31st being the deadline for anything to be approved. So we are continuing to watch a number of bills, both bills that council has weighed in on, either opposing or in favor of, as well as other bills at the staff level. We have a few that are continuing to move through, both in the public safety realm as well as in other aspects of city government, including housing. We have some sidewalk vendor bills, some retail food, cottage food vendor type legislation that's going to come through, or that's still moving through. Several items that I know Nicole is watching on, like remote meetings and things like that, that we continue to consider here. And your typical slew of affordable housing and housing-related, CEQA-related legislation. So anyway, I will not read all of the ones that are on my list this evening, but I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you all have been made aware of anything you'd like me to look into and bring back at the next meeting, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Any public, oh, we don't have public comments. Any questions, comments?
A quick one, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I apologize, I didn't have my notes to know which bill it was, but the one where they were amending CEQA about the miles driven per household, is there an update on
So
that?
it is still, if I'm not mistaken, it is still moving. And it's not one that I had written down here this evening, but I'll bring you guys an update or email something out for you on that. But yeah, it is still, as far as I know, still moving through.
Okay, so still like committee and waiting to
Committees,
vote?
right, yeah.
Okay.
No
vote yet?
there haven't been a lot that have been voted on. The ones that we've seen that have been voted on have been ones that were like 2-year bills that were introduced already and then either got tabled or came back in some new fashion. I expect though in the next few weeks, we're gonna start seeing a lot more. We have a lot of bills that are coming out of policy committees this month that are in second or third readings and whatnot. So I think that we'll start seeing a lot more voting taking place.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, the economic development update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Quick synopsis of the Economic Development Committee of last week. Received a very nice workforce development and apprenticeship update from Beaumont Unified School District. Excuse me. San Jacinto unfortunately could not make it due to health issues with the presenters, so we're scheduling them for the next available meeting that they can attend. So we learned about Beaumont Unified's apprenticeship program within the different trades, as well as having a partnership here at City Hall. So we're looking forward to working with them on that. Staff presented the different materials that we're bringing with us to ICSE next week. So wish us some luck in that endeavor. And then we also went through the different review and options for the economic development website design contract that was previously discussed. And then lastly, continued discussion on downtown businesses and landowners to promote business growth and development within the downtown area district. Really focusing on parking regulations, and different options that the committee will further discuss, I believe probably at the next meeting, on making a possible recommendation to City Council on adjusting the code as it relates to parking regulations within the downtown area. And then a new concept that had come up from one of the local landowners that attended was a floor area ratio within the downtown specific plan that is in the code, but really precludes or limits or act as one of those barriers of entry, if you will, to accomplish the vision that the council has for the downtown. And that be that the vision of the downtown asks for mixed-use development, 2-3-story buildings, but the current floor area ratio that's in the code limits the amount of square feet that can be built on a property to 35%, I believe it is. So you just can't have 3 stories of nice mixed-use development that only covers 35% of the lot. So staff's looking into that, and we'll be bringing back that that review, those findings to the Economic Development Committee, which then would likely make a recommendation to City Council on that item as well, and then a couple other ones I think that we're working on. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Just to add on to the floor area discussion, because it was at first a little confusing, which is that if you have a 100-foot lot and you can only do 35%, so you can have 35 square feet of building. So if you have 2 or 3 stories, now the footprint has to be even less than 35 feet, because total feet for all 3 stories would have to be 35. And that's a challenge for someone who's looking to do 2 or 3 stories mixed use. So that was the discussion there. Any questions?
One question.
Sure, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, Mr. Wasinski, just a real quick question on that partnership with BUSD and City Hall. Is that a apprenticeship or internship type partnership? Is that what you're talking about?
I believe so. I mean, I understand the logistics of the program as they presented it, but I believe Carrie Mendoza can better speak to the partnership with the school district as it relates to HR and how we would actually implement that type
So
of
it
program.
hasn't started yet. It's an idea.
No, it has. You guys, I can pull the date, but you all approved the agreement, a partnership with them,
Right.
allowing so, but due to the circumstances, we just.
I didn't know the details, so I didn't know. We'll talk
Yeah,
about
I can
that
pull
then.
it and I'll forward it to you. There's an agreement on file. It's been signed by both parties. Unfortunately, COVID numbers really spiked afterwards, so we both kind of went on hiatus, and Ms. Aguilar, myself, and Christina are actually scheduled to meet here in the next 2 weeks to kind of kick it off and get it going again.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Mr. Santos, sorry.
Hey, Carl, I don't know if this will be for your, questions on this, because we're talking about the parking on the downtown. And I noticed that from Palm Avenue up to, what's that, Michigan or, Massachusetts, on the, there's a bike lane on that side. I'm not saying that, the bike lane is on the right side or something, but the thing is, my issue on that, most of the restaurant establishment in there, they're gonna lose their parking because it's mixed. I mean, it says in there's 1 hour parking along that street, but if you're going to a restaurant or to a service on that side, it's so dangerous to use that lane, the bike lane in there. So there's a mixed, signal in there. Is it bike lane or a parking? If we put right now it's a bike lane on that. I love that. I mean, but the thing is the risk of whoever going establishment, that will limit the consumer, whoever wants to use that service. If you know what I'm talking about along that side.
I do, and we'll continue to look at that and then address the situation as it relates to parking and the bike lane and safety,
Yeah.
and then bring back a report to you all, because no one can park in a bike lane. We want to encourage alternative modes of transportation, but at the same time, within the downtown, we want to promote curb adjacent parking and those types of things. So I think we'd take a look at that and give you
Yeah,
a
if you
report
could
back.
address it as soon as possible because it's so dangerous. I mean, if somebody going to, let's say, tacos and beer, I mean, in there, you have to park in there, and then a bicycles, you have to avoid those cars. And there's a lot of cars going eastbound, and they're fast.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want, liability on that side.
You got it.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. City Treasurer report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had our meeting last week, but we didn't have quorum, so the meeting was an informational meeting. I can say one issue that was brought up. You had reviewed the training program that was put together, and you had some recommendations, and it's been taken care of. I think we will see that next month. Otherwise, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Millman, the city clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations, Christina, and I have no report tonight.
Thank you.
City attorney report.
And I have nothing this evening, Your Honor.
City manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. You have in your packet the departmental project updates for April 2022. A quick reminder that you have your second budget meeting this Thursday at 5 p.m. And the agenda and PowerPoint will be going out shortly. Ms. Nicole, our deputy city clerk, will be traveling early tomorrow. I want to congratulate her. She is taking the next step in her municipal clerk journey, and she is working on her MMC, which is a very proud moment for this city. It's difficult to achieve, and I want to wish her all the best in that. I'm confident that she will have no trouble obtaining that certification. The next meeting, June 7th, you have your fire contract award. You'll have a park update and a public works update, to name a few. And the next item I'd like to talk to you about is a discussion on the County of Riverside's Good Neighbor policy. So in November 2019, Riverside County adopted a Good Neighbor policy for logistics and warehouse distribution uses. The development and operational criteria set forth in the policy is intended to be implemented to supplement project level mitigation measures in order to further reduce impacts related to logistics and warehousing development and operations. Furthermore, the policy provides the opportunity for county staff to monitor the individual conditions of approval, and specific categories within that policy include addressing the potential quality of life issues from the initial design process to construction and through to operations. However, it should be noted that the policy guidelines only apply to those new projects submitted after the policy approval date of November 19th and are intended to be implemented during the land use process on a district by district basis. Prior to that policy adoption, a very well-known logistics center was approved by the county and is now located on Cherry Valley Boulevard, adjacent to the I-10 freeway and very near to our city's boundary lines. Because the logistics center was approved prior to the county's adoption of the policy, it doesn't adhere to the terms set out in the policy. So with that said, city staff is recommending that city council authorize staff to draft a letter to the County Board of Supervisors outlining the negative impacts to the community of the new logistics center and admonishing the board for allowing a development to be constructed without appropriate quality of life mitigation efforts, similar to those outlined in their very own Good Neighbor policy. We believe, and we will confirm, that the approved building and landscaping plans and specifications for that center, logistics center, have not been followed nor enforced by the county, but rather driven by the developer to the detriment of our community members. And we would like to entertain discussion and questions with council on the subject.
Thank you. Would that, Mr. Pinkney, be a future agenda item as far as having a discussion on a letter being sent? Okay, is everyone good with this being on the next agenda item?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
And that's all for my report. Thank you.
Got a question?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Ms. Gibbs, real quickly, question on, in the report under the community development, our housing element. It shows that we are with the state, and we know how quickly that process goes. So was it submitted before the deadline, and it's just in that process?
Yes,
Oh.
so,
No, go ahead,
yeah,
Christine.
yes, Elizabeth, but I.
Sorry.
So, yes, we actually submitted the first draft back in August of 2021. And it took months and months and months to get it back. Like it was, I want to say the end of the year. So it was probably like 4 or 5 months maybe before we got it back. They provide the corrections or just comments. We met with them virtually, our consultants, myself and our planning manager, Carol Kendrick, and state staff, and went over all of the comments that they had. We made those changes, we submitted it back to the state, and so now we're back in the holding pattern in the queue, just waiting for the state to say, okay, proceed, take it to hearing. And so part of the delay has been they changed the process for everybody. It used to be that we would bring the housing element to the approving body and then send it to the state. But of course, then the state gets it and they have all these, revisions, and then we have to go through that process. So this cycle has been, you work with the state and get their okay and their blessing on it before we take it to the approving body. So we have submitted it electronically, hard copy with the thumb drive, followed all of the state requirements, and I'm hoping that we hear back from them because we sent it, it's been at least a month since we submitted it back.
The process would be then when it comes back, it comes before council for approval.
Yep.
And then we can say that we're compliant with the LC.
Yes, and as far as compliance goes, there was some discussion at the state level, I think through HCD, in assessing penalties and then really expediting the timeline for any rezoning that needed to be done if a housing element was not approved by the date, which was actually, I think, like in October of last year, which nobody's was. I think there's 4 or 5 housing elements like in the whole state that have been approved at this point, right?
And that's why I
So-
brought it up.
Right. So anyway, that has changed. So now there are no financial penalties that are being assessed. And there's legislation right now to push off by an additional 18 months the time that a city would have to rezone the properties for accommodating housing need. In the city of Beaumont, we're fortunate that because of the work that was done with the general plan, most of our sites are already established and can accommodate our RENA allocation. Also, our RENA allocation this year is over 1,000. Arena allocation this cycle is over 1,000 units less than what it was in the previous cycle, so we do have those two things working in our favor. We will have some minor rezoning that will be brought to you to just make sure we can accommodate the last remaining units on the properties that need to be adjusted, but overall, we're still actually in a pretty good position, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to future agenda items. Are there any other future agenda items that would like to be discussed tonight? Seeing none, we'll go on to the council members' reports. We'll start with Mr. Finn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the 5th, I attended the Transportation Now meeting. We had some reschedules. Our I-10 bypass presentation from the County Supervisor's Office by Mr. Valdivia will be next month's meeting. And then we're looking forward to an update in July from either Ms. Gibbs or Mr. Hart. We'll be giving a breakdown and presentation on traffic studies, so help that organization better understand that. And then it was reported by Beaumont and the city of Banning that they're wrapping up their short-range transit plans. And then Banning had mentioned that they need to update their CNG facility as well. And then on the 9th, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez and I, with members of staff, met as our Land Use Mitigation Committee to help give staff kind of our vision of the committee. And we got an update from staff of current projects and what type of developers have been reaching out to staff for questions and so forth. So it was a nice kind of little kickoff meeting with staff to understand each other a little better on that. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the SCAG, which is the Southern California Association of Governments. That's a 3 days General Assembly. And the reason I'm reporting this, the keynote speaker in there is Congressman Raul Ruiz. I did approach him, and we saw each other, and I personally thank him about the Pennsylvania widening, a road in there for the approval of 1.5 million on that. That was last March that was granted, and we have it on our system. that hopefully will come in anytime, the 1.5 million to start working on the Pennsylvania. And then on May 9th, I missed the, the finance meeting in there. And I was on the Cal Cities, the leagues on that. At the same time, actually at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, attended that. And they covered and also, encouraging most of the cities to explore the Sunline hydrogen vehicle. And I went in there and look at it and everything. It's so neat. I mean, so probably one of our stops or our stop to get involved and see how this Sunline, put it together. And they're putting right now, it has been approved on their side, they utilizing 21 of those buses. So that's good for the environmental issues and everything. And other than that, attended the Chamber of Commerce last Friday, and that was fun. I was with Miss Carey, and we attended that and representing our cities in there. Other than that, Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Lara, you're up.
Yeah, on Wednesday, May 11th, I attended the Administration and Finance Committee meeting for WRCOG. And I'd just like to thank Ms. Gibbs for bringing up the concerns in regards to the warehouse that's going in, or eyesore as I call it. Appreciate that. That's all I have, Mayor.
And Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended the collaboration agency meeting discussions, real detailed talk from the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District about the drought conditions, with the restrictions from the state coming up possibly in June, the limited of watering, possible penalties for overwatering and so forth. It's getting serious. We know it is. And that's kind of where my comments came from with the sports park. Also, the library district is applying for a grant for a expansion project. The graduation is June 2nd, that Beaumont District wanted me to make sure that everybody was aware of. County updated that the 60 will officially be open June 2nd. Supposed to have a ribbon cutting on that date if you haven't heard already. For the official opening, it's supposed to have everything done by then. Of course, I think you probably know that. Attended the Land Use Mitigation Committee. Thank you, Mr. Finn, for bringing that up. And my big attendance was the Sacramento Summit. It's called the City Leaders Summit from the Cal Cities sponsor. It's a combination of a conference and the legislative day, basically is what it was. And I wanted to go because there were some conference topics that I learned about. I attended a few that one of them had talks about the Project Home Key that we're aware of for homeless, Care Court that Governor Newsom is suggesting and talking about, a lot of homeless discussion with mental health and so forth, upcoming 988 number instead of calling 911 for mental crisis, health crisis hotline, and of course drought concerns and so forth. So it's very formative in that nature. But I also had the pleasure of meeting with our representatives. At least we met with Senator Cho Bogue. We thanked her for the SB 9 opposition from the city's point of view for that vote. But we had a good talk about our city issues. We had a discussion ranging from, of course, the control of housing. That's one of our city main topics. But we also talked about an active transportation plan for the city in the area. One of her things has to do with the rail. So we talked about rail going through the pass area and possible stops here in Beaumont. I talked about our concerns with Caltrans and the railroad concerning the Pennsylvania project, and she was interested in hearing more about that. So I told her we might be tapping our office very soon on trying to get some of those discussions going. Then I met with her chief of staff the next day, and we're very productive. Mentioned recycled water grants and so forth, possibly for some of our ideas for for our water ideas. Met with Assembly May's legislative aide. I couldn't meet with him, he was rushing out, but basically same concerns. I talked with Senator Bogue's office. Wanted to make sure I pass on our concerns to Assembly Member Mays. And I really want to thank the towns and our associates that we have. They really stepped up this time. Sean McReynolds basically set up all the meetings with the legislative members and attended them with me. He was really good, valuable insight on what to ask, and kind of also helped with some of our legislative platform that we have with our discussions. And he made an interesting suggestion with Senator Bogue. She's thinking about doing budget requests is coming up, where it's district asks, basically. And we haven't done that in the past with our senator, but she's thinking of coming back and bringing that where we ask for special funds for, things that we look for our area. So I'm interested in that. So Townsend's gonna meet with us and talk to us about that and so forth, about how we can jump in and make sure we're ahead of the game on that planning. So that's my report.
Okay, thank you. So I attended the RCTC meeting, and there was some pretty impactful news that came out of that meeting. You may or may not be familiar with what the Mid-County Parkway is, but the Mid-County Parkway is a project that connects the Ramona Expressway from San Jacinto all the way to the 215, and basically it takes a reroute through the city of Paris. And the concept is to provide better access for the valley to the 215, as well as there's a lot of safety issues on Ramona Expressway. There's been a lot of accidents and fatalities. RCTC has spent $150 million on this project. Phase one was to widen, and actually there was some, I think it went through eminent domain, but at least we had to purchase property around the 215 and where it's the Paris interchange on 215. That project is about 80% complete. The phase two would have been to complete that interchange all the way out to through the city of Paris, where it then connects to the Ramona Expressway. Phase three would have been finish the Ramona Expressway from that point all the way out to San Jacinto. There's been a change on the council in the city of Paris. 3 new council members came in. Actually, I think 2 are new, 1 was already there. And the council there has decided that they do not want trucks going through the city of Paris, so they have denied RCTC access to permits on developing that section that goes through Paris. So basically, the Mid-County Parkway project has stopped. And so at this point, Mayor Vargas is in a very tricky position because he has been with RCTC this has been a 20-year project that we've been working on. And he was in favor of continuing the project as is, but the majority of his council spoke differently, so he did need to support and will support his council for the activity. So what the RCTC decided to do, since Paris does not want us to continue the piece through Paris, because they wanted to have control of trucks not coming into an area that built a whole bunch of logistics warehouses based on the fact that the Mid-County Parkway was coming through. RCTC has decided to skip phase 2 and go straight to phase 3. So we'll be focusing on the section of Ramona Expressway. It comes from San Jacinto all the way out to the edge of the city of Paris. And the idea is that we can address safety issues, and if in future years the position of the city of Paris changes, then they can go back and maybe at some point in the future continue that process. So right now, the $150 million project City of Paris did get their interchange at Paris and 215, but now we're changing gears so that all of what we've done to these last 20 years is not a problem. So I just want to make sure you guys were all aware of that, because if you haven't heard about it yet, you will hear about it, because people are not everyone is happy about that. So
quick comment on that.
Sure.
Because the story I heard was that the project was not what it was supposed to be, and that the city of Paris was not, they were promised one thing in one design, and that's not what came out. And that's why they didn't like the idea.
Yeah, well, what we learned was 20 years ago, no one could perceive that there would be the logistics area there and that the trucks would be traveling through that process. But as they built the Mid-County Parkway, a lot of the previous councils took it as an opportunity to sell to the logistics industry that you will now have access from 215 through the warehouse district. So that is, you're right, they didn't perceive it, and there's two sides to every story.
The
So-
bottom line is there's gonna be a gap there between one.
Well, the road still exists there, it's not going to be improved at that point. And so it is a big issue for RCTC. It was our major project for at least the last 10 years, other than the toll lanes.
Are they gonna reallocate the funds to somewhere
to
else, like maybe
Potrero?
over here? or-
No, they're reallocating those funds to phase 3. So phase 3 was not, they were looking at future funding for phase 3, which is the portion. And they did bring up an image that showed how many fatalities there has been on Ramona Expressway.
Yeah, and that is, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
That
and it's just a
area is-
horrible place. So at least we will move forward with being able to make that a safer road. And someday it may, it may change. There was discussion on basically what you're talking about, which is in the future, when you make agreements with cities where you're going to make that kind of an investment, that there's a better process to make sure that everyone understands what the investment is gonna be. But again, you come back to the same issue. A city council can change with three council members. And if the city doesn't allow for permits in the city, RCTC cannot develop there. So,
Well, thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that insight.
and at that point, I think we're all done, right? I don't have my last page, so after the, all right. We'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 9:11.
Drop the hammer, baby.
All right.
Oh, man, like. Drop it like you
That was
said.
my Mike Laura impersonation.
No way.
Thanks.
I was